on here. And I don't even know if that is on. Turn that on. Turn that up. That off. Nope. Deactivate. Nope. That didn't work either. All right, let's try that. Deactivate. Activate. Nope. Try this again. Good morning out there. Need just a minute here. I can't get my thingy back on here. My thingy's broken. Come on. Come on. Why is that not working? Think tighter, guys. For some reason my camera ain't working here. Come on. How about this one? Activate. Deactivate. Activate. Deactivate. Activate. Oh. Right, go to the bottom right screen. Nope. No camera there working either, right? I may need your help over here. If you don't mind me asking. It's up here. Can you I don't know if you can reach that, but so there's a switch right here. Yeah. Turn it off. Turn it back on again. Turn it back off again. It has to like trigger a is that camera's not happy. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, I just fucked up the camera now. Oh. Like, yeah, could you click the button and then turn it off? Hold on here. Is it off right now? Camera's kind of stuck in a mode somehow. Is it President's Week? Okay, can you turn it on and off again? Press the click button, trying to like coax it into turn it back on again. Yeah, I realize that. So the idea is to turn it back on and off again so it triggers. Do you see how the lens is open? That means that the camera is on in the background or off? Yeah, it's off. Okay. You just trace that cord, or unplug that cord, and then click the button again, trying to coax it into turning itself off. We got back in. We got back in. Can you press up on the battery? Don't watch out for the there's a wedge in there to keep it in good contact. See, oh no, it's the USBs. I go from like the command line to tell them what to do, and then Microsoft goes back in and pulls some AI bullshit to reset them. Is that? No, hold on. Coax it into turning off. Check this cord right here. If you're watching the show right now, just keep an eye on this 4-hour right here. There should be a little bit of a down price action here. So you can see this right here. This should get bought here. Sorry about this delay this morning. I've got some issues here in the background. Got a camera that can't be tucked into turning on. Main camera. Yeah, it should not being told to turn on or off. Are you? Is it on? Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Can you try it again? It's got at least the other the capture card for the other one is on working now. All right, hold on. I'm gonna have to remove it. Hold on here. like something that is known with these Sony A7s. All right. Try this again. It is work. Can you close that shade over there too, and then turn the light on? I've been told that I have a bald head, or that's better. That's way better. Thank you. All right, let's see what this looks like now. That's wrong. Whew. Somewhat better. All right. So we check. And that one's not working either. Close that one up. All right, bear with me here this morning, guys. I'm a little sick here. I've been sick for past few days, 4 or 5. I think I started getting sick like Thursday, Friday. And I spent, I think on Friday I said too, I don't know if I'm going to go out or crawl in a hole somewhere. I crawled in a hole. I should count myself lucky. I have to look at this pragmatically. I haven't been sick this winter. Maybe in the fall I might have gotten sick once when the kids got back to school, but I haven't been sick at all this winter. I missed all the bad stuff. This isn't so bad. It's mostly just like phlegm and throat kind of stuff. Nausea. It's not as bad as it could be. Hold on a second here. That one. All right, let's have a look here. Okay, so we have to talk. Good morning, by the way. We got some stuff to talk about here. We're going to carry on our conversation that we had last week on like Wednesday, Thursday. And what we're going to talk about is, hold on, I got a few things I got to do here. Oh, that's way better with the shades drawn. I don't look so weird now. I was like, you could see like, it looked like I was, I guess I still look kind of weird right now, but hold on a second here. We got to talk about, I put a thumbnail on this morning's video. You can see it on YouTube, and it's something about like rage bait, clickbait, whatever. Is the top end, is the top end, something like that. And hold on, I got a couple things I got to do here. Sorry about this pain in the ass. It really is. Like, I wish this was simplified. If I just did in real life or something with a chart, it would be so much easier. Okay, so good morning. There's a few things we need to go over. Last week, it's being bought right now. You want to see it's going up. We're going to go up. Now, saying that, excuse me. Saying that, last week we had a conversation about the pullback that took place and some of the stocks and stuff that I look at in the background. And yesterday, oh, that's a nice candle. Turn that shit green. Yeah, or last week I had said to you that when we had that pullback, and every night I go through the market, and we had started opening doors lower. Now, of course, is that screen's frozen? Look at that shit. You see that one right there? That one's frozen. Hold on here, boys and girls. That shit's frozen too. Oh, Dude, seriously. Now it's a double picture of me, I think. There we go. There we go. All right, that's much better. Okay. I apologize. My computer likes to I don't know what it's doing in the background. We're living in the singularity. We're underneath the thumb of the singularity. We're not the boss anymore. So last week what I was telling you about was that there was some damage done. And the way to simplify the idea of this this idea was very similar to when we drop below the daily trigger. And it's not necessarily that we have to go there. It's almost like dipping its balls price and saying, hey, look where we are, where your demand is, and we should not be here right now. It's kind of like what would you call? I forget what it was called, but there's an old thing kids would say to each other. But anyway, at any rate, that that price action, it's not telling you, hey, we're going to crash right now. It's telling you, hey, we're going to go back up right here and find out how many buyers we've got. And the back test is when you're going to find out if things are bad or not. Oh, yeah, keep going higher, bro. Keep going higher. So whatever this is right here, whatever this price action is, I'm not really too concerned with whether it makes... let's go over here and look at the trigger screen. I'm not too concerned whether we fail, let's say, 96, or we hit 700 and fail, or even if we were to blast higher, 702.50. I don't care if we fail right now. The only thing that I care about is the sweep, the weekly sweep down to Friday, Thursday lows of last week. And whatever this back test here matters more. And I could probably point you towards normally, or I should say this, normally, depending on time of year, depending on the time of year, but normally there's a couple things. I have some idioms that I like. So we're good. There we go. The first one would be on back tests. I prefer fast recoveries. I prefer them. This is what we have here, fast recovery, right? And then the second thing that I like is 2 successful back tests after the daily trigger. We got 2 of those, right? See one? See them both? We got this one right here, and we got that one right there. Following the rules, that means go long with confidence on the first back test. We got it right here. We're going up. Now, the back test from this, under normal circumstances, time of the year is right. I'm not concerned. In this particular case, I am. And it reminds me, it's not quite 2022, but let's go look at 2022. And let me just show you what I mean if this happens. I'll just give you an easy crayon. You don't need any words. Not necessarily we have to watch for this, but we have to watch in case something like this happens. Let's go back and look at I think 2022 has a pretty good example of this. Where are we at? 24. Ugh, I'm sick as a dog. Gross. Sorry about this. Hold on, guys. Oh, can't believe I'm doing that on a show. So disgusting. So gross. Can't believe we just did that on a fucking... I know. So bad. Where are we at? Okay, let's go back over here. Well, You can't be sick. I'm like, I know. Right here. Here's a good example. This is a prime example, actually. Right in here. It's 2022. And what's fascinating about this is you've got the big bombs, right? Like big bomb down here, right? Trying here, boo, big bomb down here. And in this particular example, we got the new high. In the face of when everybody's probably back here telling you there ain't no way you're getting the new high, it's gonna fail, and we're going down to the depths of hell. Some nonsense like that. In fact, what happened was we blasted up, got a new high, and this shank down here is the failure. You can see it right there. So we caught the bounce. This is the pullback to revisit this low over here, and it just full on stalls, and that it was on like Donkey Kong. Now, I'm not saying that in this particular instance this is going to happen, but this is a good example of where they're throwing bombs on you, like deleverage, and then you have this big giant squeeze up here, and there's no recovery here. It's just like big failure. So it's not that we can't buy the dip. It's that we have to watch the behavior of the dip. And to be quite honest with you, whatever this is right here, I want to watch very closely. And there's a big old trap in here too. We came right back down. We didn't quite close out the bottom down here, and then we missed it, and then we came back down and actually hit it. And this is kind of where the trap is down here, is we're not revisiting this. So we want to pay close attention to it. And the mechanics of this. This is a little bit back in December. It really wasn't. It didn't really become apparent until January, but we do want to watch this price action or this behavior, the potential for this behavior. Because what wound up happening here was the bloodbath, right? Pretty messy, right? This like roped everybody in. Everybody's kind of doomed. There was also another interesting part about this price action in here was that you were afforded an exit before the bigger roll down. And a lot of people I knew got caught in this. And when they did, they got out at the absolute worst time. They had everybody telling them it's going to crash, going straight down. And in fact, they were given the exit up here. Right where, see how you're being let off the bus? Actually let off the bus once, twice, and 3 times. So if you were duration long the market, well, yeah, keep going forward. If you were duration along the market, you have to be very patient and rein in your emotions. Be pragmatic and trade appropriately. Now, we're not here right now at this moment, but at any rate, on this back test right here, that's what my point is that no matter what turns out here. So how do you trade this? Go back over here. You can kind of see similar price action here. Big bomb to the downside, right? Big bomb to the downside. Damage done this time. And so in any kind of like test back or check back, if we're down here at all and we either miss hitting this, like we stop here and then come back for it later, and the stuff like that, or up here slam this, get a nice new high, and everyone's like, yeah, it's so bullish, bro. You know, we had a quick recovery, we made an all-time high, we're just waiting for this back test to go up, but then we sweep down here and we fail to actually touch it, like maybe a little bit higher, maybe. Yeah, just by a penny. And then all of a sudden it's sweeping down for this stuff in the wrong time of the year to be doing that. So we're not quite there yet. We're not. But we're close. And not only are we close, we want to be watching and trading accordingly. Or I would say that whatever this sweep is going to be, whatever this sweep is down here, if we end up going down here, right? And let's say we miss this right here, I'd be a little bit cautious of that because it come back down here and we're down and out. Just be conscious of that. The reason why I'm saying that too is because of the damage that was done here. So while everyone's looking higher, like, hey, if we fail an all-time high, it's going to be death. I don't think it matters, and I don't even think it matters if we go up. I think what really matters is down here, the price action that you witness down there, or see down there, or I see down there, along with you. So just looking ahead, it's not right now, but just looking ahead, whatever this back test is down in the sweep of the Friday, I think this is Thursday, Friday, right in here. Whatever this sweep is, you want to just make sure that it's buttoned up nicely and perfectly. If it's not, there is a trap. And I think I charted out for you the trap that's in there. The trap is basically this like Feb OPEX or Feb end of month kind of nonsense down here, in the idea that when you come into a new month flow, if you're low enough and breaking trend enough, in sentiment shifts at this time of the year, there's potential for the bull season to be over. I don't think we're there yet, but I think that you being forewarned of this or what to look for ahead of time matters more. You know, never after, always before. You want to be thinking about this stuff and how to trade it. So my point would be, how do you trade this? You're looking for this squeeze higher, this new high, and then maybe some kind of risk-offish behavior down here. So that even if we come down here, let's say we actually clear it out okay, we take out most of this right here, and then we're up, hey, we're good then. We can close up a hedge. But if not, we can maybe start adding to that, the pig pile of selling the season. No, we're not there just yet, and I don't really think, I mean, if you guys have access to the yearly outlook, I don't see us losing 80. I don't see us trading even the potential of trading 40 until the fall. But, you know, there are other theses out there, and if the sentiment is that those theses are right, and mine is wrong, mine is, a couple thousand people, but there are millions of people out there that are on this whole like biggest market crash of all time. And they can capitalize on that. And if sentiment shifts enough, you can kind of create that sometimes. So sentiment is one of like the second or third most important things to me in the market, and how quickly you can change the vibe of people. And especially where price matters when you're changing sentiment. At the wrong time, price can definitely swing market sentiment. And this is in the face of things like corporate buybacks and CapEx spend and all that kind of stuff. Debt, bond debt issuance, and some of these largest big tech names. So just be aware of it down here. I think we talked about this pretty well enough last week. And the key point here is this damage right here. So I said the next few sessions, the next few weeks, we're going to know more. So the next few sessions, did we go down here and take this one out? Nope. And the next few weeks, we'll know here in the beginning of March if sentiment has changed. We're not there right now. We've got another week. We got a week of crazy data this week, and then we've got OPEX and VIX and month end to deal with next week, and a little bit the week thereafter. But I do want you to be aware of it. We are trading higher right now. We're going to take out all their stops. Hopefully we can get up here and trade 702. Now, there's a couple funky things here. There is, check this right here. There is Jan 28th. There is right here. This is 7,000. An SPX is right here. Now I've got a smashing above 7,000 and then 702, just this trend line right here, but I would maybe change this to this right here. Just like that, just so you can see a more refined idea of this. Like you reject 7,000. We hold this base right here, and then we're back up into this 7. This should be a failure up here. Like 701, 702, bounce around up here, 702.50. There's 50. Yeah, it's somewhere up here. Let's just get rid of it. We don't even need that. We don't need this. We just need to know it's going to roll. So there's the 700. Where's 702.50? Right there. How about there? Something like that right there. It's a better way of drawing it. And we're looking for this to roll up here. Now let's go look at gamma really quick. This is your 7,000 right here. So on SPX, it's something like this. Some kind of a failure. Maybe 1 or 2 up. Oh, did I do that? No, god damn it. Hold on here. Where's 7? There you go. There's 702. $702.50, something like that. And then the roll down. Something like this. We'll watch this close, like bam, 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 and then down. It's something like this. We want to pay close attention. If we auto roll 7,000, we could definitely roll it here. Gone, gone, gone. And I'm going to be looking. What I wanted to tell you was that I'm going to be looking to hedge this market up here. Right starting at about 7,000, just underneath it. They're going to try to come in and sell this in here. What's going on? Besson's in the background speaking right now. Hold on here, we're turning this on low.
Enrolled in community colleges. So, I suspect this is just the tip of the iceberg in California's fraud, waste, and abuse. And I've been talking a lot about this. Unfortunately, sadly, the state that I love and I live and I represent a district from California has become
turn this down a little bit.
Of the world. So sad. But that's why we need your team in California. And is there anything that you can share to that end, how your investigation into California fraud is proceeding?
There's nothing I can share right now, but I have
That's
spoken
Besson.
to Dr. Mehmet Oz at HHS, and he is laser focused on the healthcare fraud that's going on in California, which seems to be substantial.
Yes, I also sent a letter to Gavin Newsom to that end, and I was glad to see Dr. Oz sending a letter demanding. So now state of California is now in the process of returning $1.6 billion to the federal government. So thank you for that, and I look forward to continue to work with you. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Let's look at gamma really quick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Secretary, does the President have the constitutional authority
Can I turn this down a little bit?
to remove the Chair of the Federal Reserve or a member of the Board of Governors solely because of a policy disagreement?
Let's look at
I'm not a lawyer, and I don't have an opinion.
You have no opinion on whether the President can remove a board member at will?
The board member has committed.
Here's
No,
net
just in general,
gamma
I'm
this
not asking
morning.
about a particular case. I'm asking,
This is 7,000.
asking about the President's general authority. Let me ask it differently.
This
Do you
is a
believe that
big
the
fuck
unitary
you nut wall again.
executive theory applies to the Federal Reserve?
Again,
If this was down,
I think we'll have to wait.
we'd be okay.
Supreme Court says.
What is your opinion?
not down right now.
What is the administration's opinion?
It's up.
There are varying opinions in the administration.
This is
The-
just
for the
where,
other-
just above where we are.
Again, we'll have to see.
Do you consider the Federal Reserve an executive agency or a legislative agency?
I consider it an independent agency,
And these guys
Neither
right
executive
here,
nor legislative?
so we'll see.
they want to
Therefore
sell.
independent of presidential control. So it seems
They
like
want
you
to
do
sell
have-
anything that comes into this.
Congressman.
It's
Thank
like
you for
it's a
establishing
magnet, but
independence
it's
of the
also a
I do believe that the Federal Reserve
repellent at the same time if you get too close.
maintain credibility and be like Caesar's wife, beyond reproach.
and undermining the independence of the Federal Reserve is a threat to that credibility. So I know you're no fan of the New York Times, but let me
Printing over
proceed.
a billion-
Let me
printing over
reclaim my
700
time.
million.
The Wall Street Journal, which is hardly a leftist publication, published an article with the following
I wouldn't
headline,
trust
quote,
Wall
"Trump
Street
claims
Journal or any of
factory
them."
Construction is up, contradicting U.S. data. The article then goes on to note, quote,
Go over
President
here.
Trump claimed that the U.S. factory construction is up by 41%, a number that doesn't appear to be supported by the government's own data. One of the stated policy objectives of the Trump tariffs is to bring back manufacturing jobs. Yet since the so-called Liberation Day tariffs,
Nice buyers
April
on 10.
2025, we've seen the net loss of manufacturing jobs. Do you know how many net manufacturing jobs have
You
been
can
lost?
actually kind of see they're
2025
looking
under
for
your
the
watch?
sell in here.
Well, a couple of things. Manufacturing operates with very long leads.
What's the number?
I believe
Like
there a
this
number?
looks like a
believe it's
buy,
about
but you can
66,000.
see that they're
70,000.
already taking swipes at it.
70,000 jobs lost.
So, but again,
Despite the
So
stated
we come up
objective.
into
Let me
10
proceed.
a.m.
Let me proceed. I'm going to reclaim my time.
and they're
I'm gonna
looking
reclaim my
for
time. Let me
liquidity to
reclaim my
sell.
time. The purchasing
And they'll take another
managers
shot at up
index
here, 12.
measures whether manufacturing is expanding
If they're
or
unsuccessful
contracting.
where we are, they're
PMI
gonna
above
take
50
shots
means
at it the whole way up
expansion.
here.
Below 50 means contraction. Since the so-called Liberation Day tariffs of April 2025, has the PMI been mostly above 50 or below 50?
we just had the biggest increase in over a decade, and we are well above 50 now.
Has it been mostly above 50 since April 2025?
Again, long and variable lead times in manufacturing that you may represent.
Let me ask it
a
differently.
financial center, not a
Since
manufacturing.
April 2025, for how many months has the PMI been below 50?
Where are we now? Where are we now?
I'll give you, January went up, but what about April to December? It was below
where-
50
where-
for 9 consecutive months.
Where are we now?
So the score is 9-1. 9 months of manufacturing
Okay,
contraction
well,
versus 1 month of
I
expansion.
look forward to seeing you next year,
So one of the stated policy
and
objectives.
we'll keep score,
Yeah,
okay?
one of the stated policy objectives of the Trump tariffs is to bring back domestic production. Does the Trump administration regret imposing tariffs on goods that cannot be produced domestically at scale in the United States? Do you realize in hindsight that that was foolish?
No, this guy doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. He's out of his mind. This guy, whoever this guy is asking this question, is out of his fucking skull.
Tariffs on bananas gave you leverage?
Yes, with Colombia, with Brazil. I think, Congressman, you're being very naive with negotiating
I mean,
strategy.
we were promised reindustrialization. A tariff on bananas did not lead to domestic banana production. It simply made bananas more
Man, I hate being a
expensive
Democrat
for
and
American
like,
businesses and
it
consumers.
has
The
led-
same
it
is
has led to
true of
other
coffee.
I hate being a
countries
Democrat
negotiating
sometimes and
in a
like
wholesome
knowing that
manner.
Are you willing?
They're all
to commit
bullshitting,
to
even
no
my own
longer
party?
imposing tariffs on any product that has neither a domestic substitute or a
Christ.
national security rationale?
That would be the definition of foolish in a negotiation.
So you're not willing. You're willing to impose tariffs that make more expensive goods that we cannot domestically produce here in the United States, and that have no national. What is the national security nexus of bananas and coffee?
Again, why would you do that? That there are numerous things when you negotiate with Indonesia. There are things that are only made in Indonesia, but the Indonesians brought down their tariff barriers or non-tariff barriers.
I get it. We have to make bananas great again. I get it. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Yep.
The gentleman from New York, Mr. Garbarino, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Secretary, for being here today. First off, let me lead off. I was one of the people you were in negotiations with over SALT last year, and I really appreciate the hard work and the commitment and helping us get it across the finish line. And a lot of my constituents are going to see a
And as
big benefit.
Congressman, I can tell you, as also the IRS chairman, that the second largest refunds are going to come from your constituents or go to your constituents because of the SALT deduction.
It's going to be great, and hopefully, and like myself,
I'm like
most of my
listening to this and I'm
constituents
like,
are gonna plow
I just
their
want to
way
rage right now.
with some purchases.
This guy's
to
like-
get their refund this year. So thank you for all the hard work you did there with us.
Hold on here.
last year you oversaw Treasury's efforts to implement President Trump's executive order to phase out paper checks, eliminating a costly, inefficient, and more fraud-prone process. Part of the EO directed the Treasury Department to work with financial institutions, consumer groups, and other stakeholders to address financial
fuck
access
bananas.
for unbanked and underbanked
Like, what do I care about
populations.
bananas?
Secretary, can you share more on what
I give
on the
a
work stream
fuck
and,
less about
particularly how
bananas.
Treasury-
I was just watching this
Treasury,
program
is
from the
incorporating
U.S.
digital
government PX.
technologies or payment solutions to increase financial access
I was watching this program about the U.S. government the commissary system for military,
is over
and
these individuals' phones. And what we
I guess
see,
we've tried
especially,
like government-run supermarkets in the U.S.
they are especially
and a lot of them have failed in small-time governments.
the paper checks.
The one that has not failed is the one for the military. We have a federal grocery store in the form of the commissaries for the U.S. government or for the military. The guy who runs that program had a long-form interview, and I was listening to it. It was fascinating because
Are there other ways Treasury is looking to
when they
safeguard
buy
against fraud and
goods,
improper
they do
transactions that you're
cost
working on?
plus, I think, 13 cents, something like that. And grocery stores have loss leaders. So if you go to your local grocery store, they intentionally take a hit on certain items.
US Commerce Secretary
Eggs,
Lutnick
milk,
says the
things
American
like that.
demand is vast for AI chips, and we don't want to do anything to stand in their way.
Voice news disconnected.
And so if you walked into a base PX, you might see milk that's like $8 a gallon, $5 a gallon, which is the price that the procurement office of the
Is there
U.S.
anything
military
Treasury's working
commissary
on to,
pays
any
for
other
the milk.
payment modernization
So the guy who runs it all, he changed
We're
the pricing
constantly
system for the
working on
commissary
modernizations
to mix in these loss leaders from a normal grocery store. And sure enough, everything now looks like it's dirt cheap. So as long as you pay a little bit more for something else,
Great. I'm gonna
even though
switch
it's
gears a little
still
bit here.
total cost plus 13
Myself, if
cents,
there's any other
you
member
feel more
has
comfortable,
constituents that
like you're getting a deal.
face emergencies, you can't plan
It's
for
like
those.
the
Whether it's a
psychology
natural
of
disaster,
people
medical emergency,
matters here in these kind of things, like
refrigerators
bananas.
not at home.
What the fuck do you care what bananas cost if everything else is cheaper?
So they often have to
Um,
rely on short-term
Forget
credit,
the negotiations with these other
expenses,
countries.
that arise from these
In
emergencies.
total matters more,
Would you
right?
agree,
But it doesn't matter
Secretary,
to the
that access
consumer. They
credit
expect certain things to
can
be a
a
certain
critical
price.
lifeline for
And
millions
so
of
the
Americans,
psychology of the
particularly
buyer
low
matters
and
more
middle-income households?
in a lot of ways than the cost plus
What actions is
13.
the administration
Um,
taking to promote
even though
affordable
this
and responsible access to
commissary
credit for-
does the right
for
thing
Americans?
overall over time.
Again, we believe by some of the financial deregulation that we have done, especially for community banks. It's
No, I've got this on.
for communities rather than
Am I wrong here? Let me reset it. Nope, this is live. This is right now.
agents.
This is not 5 days ago. This is right now.
Mr. Secretary. And last, as chairman of the Homeland Security Committee, cybersecurity is one of my top priorities. Secretary, can you describe what the administration is doing to strengthen cybersecurity across the federal financial regulatory agencies, particularly in light of last year's breaches at OCC and CFPB that had
Yes.
information leak?
So the Treasury, we're committed to making risk-informed resources. We constantly work on emerging threats, and we are in close
Thank you. Hang tight here, guys.
The Treasury, we're committed to making risk-informed resources. We constantly work on emerging threats, and we are in close collaboration with our financial sector partners, both as a push and a pull. We recently had a group of them into Treasury for a very large conference on best practices, sharing with each other, sharing with us, and we've used that as a convener, and then our convening ability, and then also
Gentleman's time has expired.
we've identified it as a financial stability concern.
I appreciate
Chair-
my time has expired. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Garcia. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Secretary, earlier in response to someone else's question, you talked a little bit there toward the end, but I'm not sure that there was a time for follow-up about, I think you said 10 to 20 million immigrants that are responsible for the driving up the housing costs. Is that what you said?
I'm referring to a Wharton report, yes.
Do you know what they based it on, what data, what information they looked at?
Yes, the survey by survey, community by community. You could go, if you'd like, we'll have my people post it on the Treasury X account as we speak.
Well, thanks for the cooperation, because I just completely.
You guys
baffled
panic
the
on
average
bottoms and their
home sale
tops?
is about $500,000.
I don't understand it.
And you're saying that it's driving up the housing crisis when.
Are you guys
DHS
always
is
in panic?
trying to,
Like
to
fucking
pick up,
Christ.
and deport people because, quote unquote, they're draining society.
Like, what's up with panic?
They're dependent on public benefits. So if you're on public benefits, how do you afford a $500,000 house?
Well, let me clarify your confusion, because
I'm not confused, sir. Don't be demeaning to me, all right? Because
Yeah,
I'm going to
I-
object and ask the chairman to make you answer questions.
Anyway, I'm trying to explain to you that it is rental income and rental properties.
Do you
Uh,
really think that
the
people
value-
who,
the
have you
value-
been to the rental places of immigrants? I have people in my district that are in rental houses that I wouldn't rent to anybody.
Or are you
They're
talking
not
about,
expensive. They're probably $500 or $600 a month. You think people that can barely afford housing like that's the housing that we're talking about when we talk about the housing crisis?
D properties push up the price of C properties. Inflation in C properties pushes up the price of A properties. Inflation in price of A
Any
properties.
plays right
B
now?
properties
Fuck
pushes
yeah.
up A
We're
properties.
looking for a roll.
Moves up the stack.
We're looking to
If you
sell.
think how the laws of supply and demand do not apply to housing, I would say you're incorrect.
No, well, I'm not incorrect
And
because,
as would,
you know,
as
the
would-
only
as
thing that
would
we
Wharton.
might say about immigrants is that we don't have new housing because they can't, there's a shortage of labor supply because they build the houses and you all are more focused on deporting them than having them stay here and build. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to.
Should you get
introduce three,
puts?
items
Fuck
for the
no.
record.
You gotta
Construction
wait until we're
workforce
up there. I got the
shortages,
fucking,
leading
I got a literal
costs. Project delays
crayon
in
line going up.
performance affects nearly
Like, no,
1/3 of
not yet.
firms. Second, how the ICE crackdown has impacted Minnesota's economy. And third, the price of cruelty, how Trump's mass deportation agenda endangers all.
Without
Any
objection,
idea how
they'll be put
much-
in the record.
Thank you. Do you have any idea how much we're spending on ICE every single day for
Again,
enforcement?
the representative, this is the Financial Stability Oversight Commission.
Yeah,
You're
they're
the
asking a bunch
treasurer,
of
you're the
shit that has
treasurer,
nothing
you're
to do
supposed
with.
to follow the money. In response to questions on this side, you're always talking about, well, we follow the money. Well, have you followed the money? How much are they spending?
Too messed
every
this
single day
morning.
in Minnesota and
again,
other states where they occupy
Congress
cities.
does-
Why are you
terrorize
so messed
communities,
this
and
morning?
try
What's
to
going on?
Break up our country.
Again, President Trump has secured the border. He was elected
Well,
on
then let
on
him
a
stay at the border.
on a mandate.
Well,
And
I
he is-
disagree
he is
with you,
enforcing that.
and I think
You
you're I think
disagree
you're
that he was
confused.
elected?
I think you're confused, but let me ask you about something else.
okay.
Maybe you'll answer this
Oh,
one.
you were out and came
You
home
also
this
recently
morning?
announced the formation of
Fuck yeah.
FSOC Household Resilience Working Group that will focus on American households' financial condition. American households across the country, especially in my district, which is a working-class district, Texas 29, have experienced firsthand the destabilizing effects of climate disasters. Property insurance or insurance companies are leaving Texas, California, Florida, and many other states because of growing climate risks. I myself have felt the impact. My constituents feel, Mr. Secretary, what, if anything, are y'all doing to address the risk to households of mortgages, and other forms of credit becoming unavailable in certain regions of the country due to climate change.
Again, Congresswoman, are you familiar with KLW 24?
No.
It was the base for everything that was done with climate and with all the proposed climate legislation, and it has been discredited. So everything that FSOC previously did based on climate
Who discredited
has
it?
been discredited.
Who discredited it?
Nature Magazine has retracted the economic commitment of climate change more than 18 months after first learning that the paper was fatally flawed, with authors acknowledging that its errors are too substantial for a correction.
I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with Nature Magazine. We're relying on the Nature Magazine to determine public policy?
Unfortunately, that's what
Gentlewoman's time has expired,
and
and I invite the Secretary to respond
Yes,
more.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like a response in writing. Thank you.
Yes, Gentlewoman, we'll have those answers to you in writing. The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Secretary, thanks for being here today. Appreciate all the work that you've done, and certainly look forward to working with you in the future. I did have just a couple questions, though. In many ways, the CSEs are far less risky than they were before the financial crisis, and one of the reasons has been that the CSEs, that credit risk transfer, the CRT piece, those programs. However, some industry experts are concerned that the CRT program have been significantly diminished and focus on capital arbitrage instead of the real risk reduction. Can you just kind of in general discuss the importance of the CRT with regard to the CSE in ensuring that they're transferring a significant amount of credit risk to the private market and really are then avoiding the risk that the taxpayers take on?
Good. So the CRT, or the credit risk transfer, is very important at FSOC and the attendant agencies, the members. We closely monitor to make sure.
What the fuck is this Mouse Without Borders shit? Fuck you guys talking about?
The quality of the risk transfer is at least as high as the entity from which it was bought. What we saw in the GFC was a complexity can create a daisy chain. So what we want is transparency. But I think CRTs are very important, but they cannot be opaque.
Very good. You called for, you originally called for kind of a fundamental reset of financial regulation, and then you emphasized kind of Treasury's active role in promoting just more efficient, effective, and appropriately tailored regulation. While we've seen progress in tailoring the supervision, can you just tell us kind of overall how you've tried to move the entire department kind of in that direction?
Again, as FSOC, I have convening power, and so that would be, what you were describing would be done by the Federal Reserve regulation, the regulatory body. Vice Chair Mickey Bowman has done an excellent job, the controller of the currency and the FDIC. We have tried to get them aligned in what they are doing and for tailoring, and to understand that the reason 50% of small and community banks have disappeared over the past 15 years has been because of a one-size-fits-all regulatory strategy, which clearly it does not.
Very good. Keep up the good work, and thank you for being here today, and I yield back, Chairman.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Wisconsin yields back. Chair now recognizes the
Oh
gentlewoman
God,
from Georgia.
this is devolving. And I don't even know what the fuck this conversation is at right now.
For having this conversation today, and thank you, Mr. Secretary, for joining us. Mr. Secretary, you noted in your introductory letter to the 2025 FSOC report that the Council has formed a new household resilience working group that will focus on American households' financial condition. Well, Mr. Secretary, as the Congresswoman for Atlanta, I'm here to make sure that that includes all families. As you know, that financially resilient households can better withstand shocks, maintain essential consumption, and avoid costly debt cycles. Discrimination in lending or in investment impacts growth opportunities for Black-owned small businesses, which means discrimination is, in fact, a threat to American financial stability. Atlanta has the largest racial wealth gap in the country. Supporting entrepreneurship and access to capital within the Black community can help close that gap, Mr. Secretary, but I need your help. Small businesses like those in the Fighting Fifth are critical to building and maintaining household wealth. Per Brookings from 2017 to 2022, the number of Black-owned businesses surged, representing over half of all new employer businesses. In 2022, Black-owned firms with at least one employee added $212 billion with a B in revenue to the economy and paid over $61 billion in salaries. More broadly, over the last 10 years, minority business entities comprised approximately 50% of new businesses started in the United States and created 4.7 million jobs. According to the U.S. Census, there are over 9.2 million minority-owned companies in the U.S., employing 8.7 million workers and generating more than $1.8 trillion in annual revenue.
I finally got
However, Mr. Secretary, there are significant
my phone is halfway back to normal.
And growth of Black entrepreneurship.
I still haven't transferred any of my data. I do have my contacts list
from small
finally.
business owners in my district. Because
Having
access to
problems
capital,
with data
as we heard in all of the
transferring.
conversations, continues to be one of the biggest challenges that these small business owners face. The first major hurdle for
Wi-Fi
Black
is almost
entrepreneurs in
near,
starting their business is the lack of startup funds, equity, and
I'm getting
collateral,
Wi-Fi
a
alerts
result
this
of the
morning.
racial wealth gap. During the Biden administration, the Minority Business Development Agency delivered $7.1 million in funding to Georgians through its business centers and capital readiness programs. But President Trump signed an executive
Look at
order
XLP just fucking
continuing
sitting
the
there.
reduction of the federal bureaucracy, directing the destruction
I want
of
to
the
sell the
Minority
fuck out of
Business Development
XLP.
Agency. Mr. Secretary, what steps has FSOC taken to assess the impact of discriminatory lending and investment practices on Black small business owners and the stability and growth of the economy overall? And how does FSOC factor discriminatory investment practices into its assessment of threats to our economy?
Again, we do not view that as a financial stability concern, but I do view it as a concern. And as I've repeatedly said, that we would be willing to work with you on tailoring for banks in your community to give them more lending power, because what we have seen is that with 50% of the small banks that have disappeared, I don't have empirical data, but I can tell you that my strong hunch would be that many of those would have been minority banks. So we would like to see more de novo banks, whether they are in Black communities in Atlanta, whether they are in
Look at XLP right now.
Whether they are in Asian communities.
So, Mr. Secretary, you don't think dismantling the Minority Business Development Agency had any impact on the U.S. economy?
Yeah, long distance. Do you remember that? Yeah, you can use my phone. Just don't make any long distance phone calls. I just watched a movie about that.
What impacts, whether it's good or bad, for the aggregate.
Or that was a part of the movie.
Mr. Secretary, I'm here to be the voice of the people that sent me here, and I welcome you to join me in Atlanta, and I would love to introduce you to some of these small business owners that have been greatly impacted by this dismantling. Also, in the 2025 FSOC report, placed a premium on deregulation and demonstrates the administration's optimism about the use of AI to make financial institutions more efficient. As you noted, AI used properly could provide numerous benefits to financial institutions by enabling them to provide innovative services cheaper, faster, to a broader set of customers and under very economic conditions. For example, currently, some lending institutions are using AI to evaluate a customer's credit worthiness through alternative data, such as cash flow history. And I see my time is about to expire, but my question is, Mr. Secretary, what proactive steps does FSOC recommend regulators take to combat lending discrimination, which may be compounded through the use of AI, as banking institutions increasingly use AI to make lending decisions?
And
I would love that answer.
We invite the Secretary to respond to your question in writing.
Thank you.
We thank you both. Now recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Lawler. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. And first, Mr. Secretary, thank you for being here, and thank you for your leadership in helping get the Working Families Tax Cut bill across the finish line, and in particular, thank you for negotiating over the issue of SALT, the state and local tax deduction. That was a big win for the American people. A core goal of U.S. stablecoin policy is to keep dollar-denominated stablecoins issued, regulated, and supervised here in the United States rather than offshore. Today, a substantial and growing share of the dollar stablecoin market operates outside the U.S., as foreign jurisdictions move quickly to establish legal regimes that encourage dollar stablecoin issuance in their markets. Foreign-issued stablecoins already compete globally by offering consumers economic value and incentives to use and hold them, and countries like China are actively using economic incentives to drive adoption of their digital currencies. As Treasury implements stablecoin legislation, do you agree that U.S. rules should preserve enough flexibility for American issuers to remain competitive so dollar activity stays onshore, transparent, and under U.S. oversight?
Congressman, and again, I think as you know, I used to have a house in your district.
Yes.
Given the tax regime in New York, I'm not sorry that I'm no longer there. I hope it will come back. It's a beautiful part of the world. With stable coins, I would say what we want is U.S. best practices. The stable coins can go around the world, and indeed we are seeing I believe we will see the adoption, especially in emerging economies, or maybe any other individuals who want to hold the U.S. dollar. But I think it is paramount, as was done with the Genius Act, to put in U.S. best practices.
Agree. Different topic. Fraud scams by bad actors are estimated to affect 15% of American homes, representing about 20 million American households in total. And given that losses to these scams often amount to $575, consumers face meaningful financial harm even from a single incident. At the same time, 37% of all U.S. households cannot cover an emergency expense of over $400 with cash or savings, and a fraud loss can be devastating to the average American. And these losses can lead to missed debt payments and damage to credit scores, which in some cases prevent home ownership. We've seen a renewed focus on fraud by this administration with the announcement of things like the Scam Center Strike Force, and I'd like to strongly encourage the administration to adopt an all-of-government approach to combating fraud and scams. Secretary Bessent, what role do you think Treasury should play in fighting scams and fraud, and does the FSOC committee have any initiatives planned for the coming year?
Yes, so Treasury through FinCEN was part of the group who took down the big scam centers in Asia. We were very focused on places like Laos, like Burma, like North Korea, and even Iran. And the other side of that, Congressman, is that it's used for nefarious. Once the money's stolen, not only has a U.S. citizen been hurt, but it's used for nefarious purposes. So we are constantly monitoring that, and we are working with our partners because, as you said, AI can be both a benefit, it can be both a blessing and a curse. So we think properly managed and rolling it out using private sector partners, we can cut down on that shocking number.
Yeah, I think it's more like the YouTube model.
Are subject to it, but we've also got to be very careful.
Yeah, 100%. Okay, I'm gonna go back to the regular chat. I was just trying to figure it out.
To pull off bigger scams.
I looked at I read all of the articles yesterday about Discord.
There's been
I think it rolls out more like YouTube rolled theirs out.
Results of a small number of firms control critical financial sector infrastructure. How is FSOC assessing the financial stability implications of this concentration, particularly in scenarios of an outage, cyber incident, or foreign-based remote access vulnerability? And I had introduced legislation that we passed recently through committee. The Remote Access Security Act ended up passing the House with strong bipartisan support. What steps is FSOC taking to ensure that financial institution reliance on third-party AI and cloud providers does not expose the system to remote access risks?
You'll need to answer that question in writing, Mr. Secretary. The gentleman's time has expired. Pursuant to the agreement with the committee and the Treasury Secretary, we'll have one more questioner because the Secretary has a hard stop at 1:30 p.m. And so the chair recognizes the gentleman from San Jose.
Do none of you guys have kids?
Ricardo, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Secretary, for testifying before us today. I know in addition to your many responsibilities, FinCEN comes under your duties as well in
So I
managing
have
and
kids. Let me
Vincent
just turn
has
this off
been
for a
very
minute here.
outspoken in
There's
this
some guy
mission.
just talking, jaw jacking. Okay, so so a couple things in this Discord thing. Discord is likely going to roll out some kind of a age verification. Now, I saw on Reddit yesterday they had a bunch of different articles on this. Everyone was stinky because they had, I think last October or something, they had 70,000 IDs or something from a third-party source that was hacked or something like that, right? And they deleted, or they stopped using that company, and they just magically said, oh, we're going to use a different company, which doesn't stop ID verification or IDs being kept remotely or not remotely and then being hacked. And they tell you they don't keep that information, and yet they are. But the Discord rollout should be more like YouTube rolled theirs out. So let me ask you that question. How many of you out there watch YouTube? Maybe not for this show, maybe you watch it on Twitch or something. But if you watch YouTube videos, have you stopped? The answer is no, more than likely, right? Now I have children, so I have some experience with this. When my kids, from time to time, my kids will get on my different profiles, and I ran into this recently, where my youngest was playing video games on my computers, and she in turn would, like watch YouTube videos on my on my email account, right? And eventually YouTube asked me to upload an ID. Now, had my youngest not been playing on my email, I never had been asked for verification of who I am. So I expect Discords to be like that, where if you're not doing things the kids do, you won't be asked. Does that make any sense? You won't be asked. The only time you're going to be asked is if you're either doing nefarious shit. So if you're like, I'm out of Discord, more than likely you're admitting to doing nefarious shit that you shouldn't be doing. You should, like my dad said, you should only be interested in your kids' sports while they're playing them. The moment that they stop playing them, you stop being interested in your kid's shit. You know what I mean? You move on with the kid as they get older. So if you are afraid of Discord, it'll more than likely be like the YouTube rollout. If you're not doing anything, they're going to assume you're an adult doing adult things. You guys understand this at all or no? They don't talk about that in Reddit or the posts. They just go off the fucking handlebars. Yeah, I do too. I think everybody does. I think most people don't get caught in ID identification if you're an adult and your kids aren't using your shit, like your kids aren't on your Discord with you, you're likely not going to get caught up in it. They're just going to assume you're an adult. But if you're doing kids things or something like it, and then you're doing adult things, their algorithm is going to pick up on that and say, hey, wait a minute, are you a kid or an adult? They did it to my wife too. And I ended up having to show ID, of course. Actually, I didn't. I don't know how my wife did, but I didn't. Somehow I tricked the algorithm into being that I'm an adult again. Like it triggered on me and then it didn't, which I thought was ironic because they have all my documents already for having a channel, but I did trigger the system regardless. No, and I'm talking, you guys listening? So, do you guys know about the Discord shit yesterday? So, more than likely, if you're a Discord user and you belong to a bunch of different Discord servers and you're not doing anything nefarious, you're likely never going to get asked for an ID to verify that you're who you say you are. The only time you should be triggered on that is if you are doing something fucked up, or if you, let's say you have kids and they're using your account. Same thing with YouTube. They don't ask most people if they're an adult or not. Most people go about their norm. Like you'd be kind of shocked. Like here's an example. My wife has a Reddit account. If you go to my wife's Reddit account, it is the most benign fucking shit you could ever like. She's like, oh, how's my seedlings doing? And oh, how's my crocheting looking? And oh my God, I live over there, and all this other kind of stupid shit. And her online presence on Reddit is fucking normal for what she is and does. Does that make any sense? So if you have a abnormality in your life, the only time I would think that you're going to get ID checked. Yeah, I agree. You know what's too is the Minecraft triggered it for me. She was watching like Minecraft videos and like a bunch of kids shit, like kids like teenage girls shit. And it triggered for me. Grinding higher right now. They don't do that in the US, Pesky. I think that might be from whatever country you're living in. It's like it's really weird. Like I agree with parts of a digital ID, parts of it. I wish it was something like the IP address council, whoever that group is, that shadow organization. I wish it was something like you go to some kind of like world site that's not money based or government based, something neutral, just to state who you are, and you can choose if you want to or don't want to participate. So if you're like, I don't want to participate, you don't have to, but your like social credit score is lower. Like if I don't see that you have agreed to this, I'll give you 0 value. But we don't do that right now. You know, the governments all want their fingers in it, and private corporations want their fingers in it, and there's fucking greed everywhere. It has less to do with saving people and more to do with data harvesting, right? We all know what it really is. But what I would do with the Discord thing is, I think I was just discussing with Bork. You wait and see. That's the only thing that you do. You wait and see and watch. I'm a little surprised that Discord is doing this, or how they presented they're doing it. They should have just said, YouTube does this, we're going to do the same thing. And I think it's been seamless for YouTube. I think at the time, here, let me just check this. Yeah, this was 6 months ago. To those concerned about the incoming YouTube ID check, I'm assuming Discord's is going to be something like YouTube's. And they should have said that publicly, but they didn't, of course. And I know you guys all use YouTube. You guys can't put that shit down. I don't think anyone can right now. I think it speaks more to what is your online presence like. And if you do fucked up shit or whatever, or if you've got kids or whatever, only then would they pick that up. And we're not an adult Discord either. That was my other. I had another question. I couldn't get this answered yesterday either. I was looking for if we're not an adult Discord, like we're not. They asked me for like Discord over time is like, hey, do you want to be this kind of Discord or that kind of Discord or whatever? And so like you have to they ask you a bunch of questions like, are you doing adult themes in here? Are you guys watching porn together? I'm like, no, we're not doing that. So that's already kind of in place for our Discord. Like our Discord is considered, I think it's all ages or adults or whatever, but it's not like just pure adult, 18 plus only or something like that. And they already rolled that out. There's more stringent Discord requirements. It's been going on for like 2 years, I want to say. At least 2 years. I know it's evolved over the past 5 or 6 years, where they ask what you're doing and shit inside your Discord. You know, there are. I got something for you guys. There are Discords out there that they're not. I wouldn't call it nefarious, but there are young adults that are forming circle jerk groups. Whereas the internet's gotten good at this. I've heard of circle jerk groups when I was a kid, but I'd never actually experienced one. I used to like take showers after sports and shit with like high school kids and grade school kids and stuff. Matter of fact, I was in a Catholic school. Like you'd play sports with them and you'd go and hit the showers. Hold on here. Where is this? Where is this fucking thing? I'm being serious. If you read this shit, it's if you read that article. Oh yeah, look at that doom. Look at that doom right there. You can see him here at 10 a.m. trying to sell this down right now. They're so salty up there. Look at them. Yeah. Well, I mean, I think that's the idea behind the of course we know the greed and the information data collecting and all that kind of shit, but I think the other side of this is they want to know that it's you, right? I'm Bob in Discord saying I'm gonna do something really fucked up or whatever, or you are doing something really fucked up and they want to be able to identify you. Not that they already can't do that as it is. We saw Warframe Discords where secret information was posted. They found out who that was quickly. So I don't think it really matters. Like, they're going to be able to find you one way or another. To think that they can't is absurd. Like the Flock stuff and the Ring camera stuff, it's huge. It's everywhere. Like the surveillance state is in full effect right now. It's literally everywhere. I'm assuming part of this has to do with AI and Gen AI. Like it all makes sense to me when I'm like, yeah, why are they building so many concentration camps for illegal immigrants or whatever with undocumented individuals or something? What the fuck terminology they're using right now. It's probably not just for them. It's probably for us too. If people freak out enough, you could like nobody's lying about this stuff either. They're being fucking honest. Like Jamie Dimon, Elon Musk, the guy from Anthropology, and some other guy, TSMN or Taiwan Semiconductor even made the statement that they weren't going to build new fab plants, right? Because they don't know if they'll still be viable at some point. Everyone's telling you the truth. No one's saying a word about it. There's this like normalcy bias going on, almost like a mass, I want to call it like a mass refusal. I don't want to call it mania. It's like, but it's like mass normalcy bias thing going on in the world right now, where like it's not even a conspiracy. I mean, you're being told this by the leaders of the world right now, and I'm blown away that none of you are. The world isn't panicking. You guys are all busy fighting each other and talking about this and that, and it's because of this and because of that. And you've got bread and circus everywhere right now. But like the Discord thing is a small part of more than likely a world surveillance network being set up to ensure not that the poors don't revolt. It's never the poors. It's always like they're wealthy, but they're not that wealthy. It's not petit bourgeois either. It's a higher class than that. It's like they're in between the Noah's Ark and upper middle class. Though that's what you have to be careful of. Normally, in like any revolution or civil war or anything like that, you don't ever worry about the poors. You always worry about the money that didn't get on. They there's a think of it like a Noah's Ark, and there's a Noah's Ark, right? And on this Noah's Ark, there's two things. There's a new economy and a government to serve that new economy. And you want to, not me and you, but some people out there, normally like sociopaths, fucking crazy people, they're all clamoring to be on that ark to have a hand in what the new economy is and what the government is to serve it. Does that make sense? And they're all clamoring. Now, there's a bunch of people that are just below that arc trying to clamber up, and they may not get on the arc to make those decisions or to have a hand in that policy or control some of that new economy. And if they fall off climbing up like the rats climbing up, you got to worry about those people. That's who you worry about. And it was very, this has happened every new economy we've had, every new really truly life-changing, like the internet didn't change our economy. It did, but not quite like robotics and machine learning and AI should do. Like the invention of the cotton gin or the invention of the vehicle, the car, right? The automobile, that's like drastic change in economies. We fought wars over that stuff. And the bad, like if you look at like Civil War, World War One, in particular, not even World War Two. We went through some pain, didn't we? You can look at any economy, a new technology-based economy. Governments also go through a lot of pain. Some easy, some hard, depending upon what form of government you are living under to service those economies. But even this one right here, the thing that shocks me the most is that there's like selective anger, and then it goes away. It's like you had selective anger on YouTube, then it goes away. Selective anger on Discord goes away. How many of you have cameras that on your doorbell cameras? Forget just Ring. Any kind of doorbell camera that does not go to your own private cloud or your own private your own private like server in your basement or something. Meaning that you pay a service where that video and that audio goes somewhere else. Any of you have like a Dot, Amazon Dot, or Amazon Echo, or something from another company, something from Google or something from Apple, where you can just like, when in my house, if I just say something, I can say, tell me the weather, tell me this, tell me that, play some music for me. Anybody with a smart house, if you're using some kind of cloud outside of your home, you're submitting to this surveillance. And it's more than likely tied into this AI thing. It more than likely, all of it is mostly geared towards when does this box open. It was actually fascinating. The past week or two, like TSMN was saying, I don't know, maybe we slow this thing down. And I think the anthropology guys said something the same extent. Do we slow this down, or do companies start slowing it down, even if governments do not want to? Governments don't want to. They want to be the number one, right? The first one to come out with AI or Gen AI, so you can't really stop it. Even if they say they're gonna, they more than likely don't. Palantir's wrapped all up in this too, right? Like Palantir is finding out everything about you. I posted an article for you recently of AI toys, which was fucking frightening, where it was like 50,000. Let me just see if I can find this really quick. AI exposed 50,000 logs of its chats with kids to anyone with a Gmail account. I'll post that in the Discord for you right now. So you got to think about like all the parents involved in that, the extended family, the friends. It's more than 50,000. When you think about a kid using stuff like this, it's everywhere. It's pervasive. It absolutely is pervasive. I'm shocked that there hasn't been like if there's this like public, I don't want to call it mania, but normalcy bias taking place, normalcy bias mania taking place. If the general public ever flips to a panic moment, probably why they're doing this stuff. Or an ancillary thing is to find out who you are and what you're doing and making sure you're not a part of whatever freak out takes place. So if I had any recommendations for you, and most of you probably know this if you I travel a lot. If you have an online persona of any kind that's kind of nefarious, you probably want to keep it clean on your personal devices, your social media, even if you have like a whole nother identity. You don't want to keep that stuff on your phone or your computer, or not computer, but like a PC or a laptop if you're traveling with it or whatever. Even my own phone is very like dry. Like what's on there just looks like I'm picking up eggs on Sunday and stuff. Some of you know me outside of the show and know that I don't speak a lot on the telephone. I speak sometimes like a normal landline or normal cell phone number, normal text messages. I'll keep a normal conversation on those platforms, like my texting and my phone, but most of my communications are done on other platforms, not on my phone. My phone looks like just a normal guy, kind of stuff. I don't know what I should say. But that's mostly because I want privacy, because we're giving it up everywhere. It's everywhere. Like, so they can turn your car off right now. You know that, right? Like, any like new car, the police can shut your car off right in the middle of the fucking road. They have that ability today. It's like anything you're using, like almost. I tried to buy bonds this week for a child. It's near impossible. You can, but it's a fucking process. The idea that I can't buy a paper bond at the bank for my kid, I can do tax returns and stuff like that, but it's just, what is private? I guess what is private today is the bigger question. There's not much. They're coming in at, not, I shouldn't say they, but like corporations and the government are coming in from all sides in your life if you look closely at it. If you stop with the normalcy bias, right? And, you think about like, I pull out a pitchfork for one thing, and then it dies down until the next shiny object grabs your attention. I ain't doing this anymore. Look at that, overreach. And then you go to the next one. You're like, I ain't doing that anymore, overreach. But then you look back 3 or 6 months and you say, well, have you stopped watching YouTube videos? No. But they didn't ask me for my ID. It's because they're already fucking watching you to find out if they needed to or not. They're literally watching every fucking thing you do. Everything. I have a flock camera by my house, and the police were called on me twice for gunshots. It was fireworks. I live in Detroit. They do fireworks here year round. But it was like a big football game or something like that. And the police came heavy. Like there were cars outside of my home. And they were like, we heard gunshots. And I was like, what do you mean you heard gunshots? And they were like, well, we got flock cameras. And the flock cameras, they can listen to everything. The nearest flock camera to me is like 2 blocks away. And they pinpointed my home. That's real. So, I guess my points here are like multifold. One, it's everywhere. You're not seeing it. It's in everything. And it's like, then I get mad, and I do get mad. But then I play along. You notice that? Like you have like pitchforks up, and then you look at the next fucking thing that takes your attention, and then you fucking forget. And they just continue down that road. What is this? When I was talking to you about my phone, when I was talking to you about my phone and my profile on my phone, when I was in the military, you're taught how to, when I was in the military, you're taught how to look for something that's incongruent. How to identify incongruency. And when you're looking for a bunch of squares and there's all of a sudden there's a circle. You're looking for a bunch of looking at a bunch of circles, and there's a square in there, right? That's not fitting. When you do all of those things, like the license plate reader hole or the license plate cover, you spray some shit on it, and then before you know it, you're like, I'm doing this and I'm doing that to evade detection. You start looking like a fucking circle and a bunch of squares too in your life. The better, in my thoughts on this, is that the better thing to do is to not look like to stand out. Like, I don't know how you describe this. I hear people talk about like gray man and stuff like that. And they're wrong too, in my view, at least. There's like times that you want to look like a tough guy, and there's times you want to look like you're nobody. When you get questioned by authorities, it's always better to be less information and not have a bunch of things that make you look like, even if you're not trying. Like, you got your military backpack on, huh? You know what I mean? Well, it's subdued, so I blend in. What the fuck are you doing wearing a military backpack? How did you find yourself here at this time? Kind of stuff, you know. You can kind of tell when the hammers are all close around you that you should not be in any way looking like a hammer or like a nail that wants to get hit. I don't know how to describe that better, but it's everywhere is my point. And the more that you try to stop it, the more you look like you're trying to stop it for something nefarious too. So the way that you defeat it the only way that I think that you defeat it is as a group, all of you. I don't care what your politics are. It's like this week I read an article talking about in this new spending bill. This is like Friday. We're supposed to have a government shutdown, and it all hinges upon: do we need a warrant to enter a home for an undocumented individual, an illegal alien, depending on what you call them. And everyone's nonchalant about it. Everyone, even the Democrats, even the Dems are nonchalant about this, which I find fascinating. This is something in our Constitution. And like, no offense, like the license plate reader cover, but I'm shocked that we just, like, it's in their fucking Constitution. If they come into my house, the front door, because they think that I'm an illegal, or maybe I'm harboring one, or I have a tenant or something, I'm flabbergasted that my federal government does not, or is arguing in a bill to not need that. This is in our Constitution of the United States of fucking America. I don't care what your politics are. As a citizen, we're giving away our rights right now without the Senate or the House, some kind of congressional law for that. Something that changes our Constitution. We're circumventing that right now. So no, I don't want to fucking do license plate covers. And I don't want to fucking hide my shit on a phone or my computer or rip out my Ring cameras. I don't want to do that stuff. I don't fucking think I should have to do that stuff. So, our elected officials, the way for me to combat that, somehow we don't think that is the way to do it anymore either. Like, I'm not going to vote. Like, this last election had the 2 worst turnouts in history, since I think Nixon. 2 of the worst turnouts for voters. So you've got people saying, I'm going to do other things. I'm shocked by that too, that you're not all out there voting, just saying no. Even if you don't want to vote and cross party lines, telling your own elected officials, fuck no. I don't want some asshole coming to my house with no warrant from the federal government. I want a fucking warrant. Well, if you've got nothing to hide, that's a bullshit argument too. This is my fucking home, man. I'm an American citizen. This is a part of my Constitution. I don't live in no other fucking country. I live in the U.S. of America, which says that you cannot come into my house without a warrant or some kind of reasonable suspicion that I'm doing something that's going to hurt someone. So I don't understand how that's a political thing. I'm still shocked about that. Meanwhile, we're all over here, and I understand the sentiment, like cover the license plate, do this, do that, stop using Discord, stop using YouTube or whatever. But it's everywhere. It's all over the place. The only way you stop that from continuing, whether it's your dishwasher at your house on Wi-Fi or if it's your car that's going to stop in the middle of the street, is to literally come out and say, fucking no. No. And the only way you can really do that is through voting in this country. It's our last thing you can do as a citizen of this country. And even if you don't cross party lines, you just say to your own elected officials that you like and say, hey, fucking stop this shit. I think it's the only thing you can do. And of course we don't vote. So I don't know how we get away from this. I don't know how we do that. And I don't know how that's a political thing either. That blows my fucking mind away. This is even like a partisan issue. You're all Americans. You literally have a fucking amendment that says they're not allowed to come in your home. That's what it says. Why would you ever give that up for anything? Anybody should never do that. We pay for them to find people when they're out in the streets. They're going to be out in the streets at some point. You're going to pick them up and get rid of them. So I don't understand why you want that ability to enter a home without a warrant. At any rate, and it's not just that. I mean, all this stuff is probably, if you like look at it as a whole, it's probably has to do with AI, robotics, and a new economy. And the people that are government, the people in power with money and power in government and in corporations, they are fucking scrambling to remain relevant in that. And nobody's saying a word about this stuff. I mean, everybody I talk to is like, oh, they'll never replace my job. I'm like, you're out of your fucking minds. They're going to replace all your fucking jobs. There should be like a mass panic in the world right now, and there isn't. And I'm not really opposed to like the Star Trek outcome or whatever, but, you know, they don't want you looking at it. I can tell you that. I wouldn't want you looking at it. I'd want you like, I'd tell you what's going to happen slowly. I think Jamie Dimon said it best. He said one of the most frightening things I heard at Davos. And I think everyone was like cheering him on, like, hey, look at Jamie Dimon is looking out for the little man. And Jamie Dimon wasn't. Jamie Dimon point blank said, if you do it slowly, they won't revolt. Listen to that closely. If you do it slowly, they won't revolt. Just do a little bit at a time, and over time, there won't be a problem. I always relate that to the gas station or grocery store. Like Walmart's a prime example. I've been to Walmart like 2 or 3 times in the past year, and I walked out all 3 times. They do not want you shopping there. They're telling you the only people that should be shopping here have no other choice but to shop here. That's what they're telling you. No, we don't have any cashiers, and half our fucking self-checkouts are broken, and the other half thinks you're stealing something. Lines around the corner. That's what I noticed. Big lines around the corner. People that probably have no other choice but to shop in person. Not all of them, but a good percentage of them. So you shitify it. And that's what's happening right now. They're shitifying you with the nanny state. You just do it slowly. And no one's saying anything about it. The pitchforks come out, and then you find out the next thing they're doing, so you run over there and scream about that thing. But nobody's voting, and no one can even get along. How many of you can't talk to each other? Like your online personas are, these people suck for this reason, those people suck for that reason, these people are the worst people in the entire world. You know, we're all out there like plebs wanting to blaming each other when it's not us. It's not us. You will never. I'm shocked how many people think they're rich and they're not. How many people have never been around real rich people or seen what real wealth is? And I'm not talking about $1 million a year. I'm talking about like fuck you money. Be around those people. They're not like you. You'll never be like them. Chance of you being like them is like 1 in billions. It's that small. It's like less than your chances of being them are less than even winning the lottery. And how they live and what they do, and we're all following what they say, what they think is the right thing, but the right thing for you and I, not for them. A little bit of a roll coming in. They're trying to sell this 10 a.m. right now. They're going to do the same thing here as they're going to do if we go any higher. Still haven't lost this just yet. So don't get too buried up just yet. You want to be watching this for the roll, though. If the roll starts down here, if at any point we start seeing that roll get the low, start rolling down, we'll start getting bearish, but we're not quite there yet, so don't get it crazy. Not there yet. They're going to try, though. Remember that this is where the dip is bought on the half an hour and hourly trigger. It's been bought successfully since we're in the depths of hell. Who wants this to roll? Bears? This isn't rolling yet. You guys just throw the rules out? Just like, fuck it, throw the rules out. Call on the top right here. Have at it. I think they're going to rip your fucking faces off, to be honest with you. Not a seller yet. The worst thing about being rich is having to be around other rich people. That's not true. When you're that rich, you need to be around other people with wealth because of the access to things in life. You can relate it. I'll relate this to a simpler way. When I was in my young adult life, so like 25 to 35, let's call it there. I remember there was a moment where my friends groups started breaking up. It was because some members of the friend group had grown to make more money than others, and they were paying for everything and doing a lot more work than they should be doing or whatever in their minds. And there were others that were not pulling their weight for not having the money, and the friend group broke up. And then people with more money went their own way and kept hanging out and doing their thing together. Whereas the people that made less money went off and did their own things. It's very similar. %. Let's make it National Bear Day. I want to, but we're just not there yet. We're just waiting for a low underneath the hourly trigger and a new low, and we'll start partying. But we can't party just yet. Don't get too worked up just yet on Bear Doom. We're not there yet. Soon, not quite, but soon. This is kind of like where you get trapped in, you get sucked into the upside hell. Don't mess with this yet if you're a seller. Yeah, freedom of time. I agree with that. That's a good one. Freedom of time matters a lot. 100%. I think for me, the thing that freaks me out the most is what else freaks me out? I think it's the social media thing and the media thing. I really do. I watched something yesterday about did I read it or watch it? Something about the Twitter. Remember when Twitter started? Like, here's another one. This is another fucking one. If you look at like Twitter or X formerly known as Twitter, they started releasing where people were actually from, and it lifted the skirt up, right? No matter what your politics are, or no matter what your, I don't know, you like or dislike in life, all of a sudden you find out that the biggest accounts that can pull your emotional heartstrings are not based in the U.S. And part of it's not nefarious, like state-run, corporate-run accounts. Some of these are just people from other countries that know they can make money off of selling emotional doom or happiness to you. That they can monetize it. Let me see if I can find this. She wasn't the best presenter, but she did a good job of tying this all together. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Something for you to consider here. And what's fascinating is this, the outrage over that went away quickly too, didn't it? That's the other thing, is like the outrage. I'm going to find it here. So, I mean, if you look at, where is it at? Hegseth doesn't want military people to go to Ivy League schools anymore. Whew. That's fucking crazy too. Here's one right here. Watch this one. That's a pretty good one right there. It goes into this one goes into like where is all the stuff coming from? I don't know if it's this guy or if it's this other woman that put one out yesterday talking about how you can't trust information. And then all the news organizations are getting their information from X and Reddit and Truth Social and BlueSky. They're not even looking at data anymore. They're just, or even asking for a quote. It's lots of like maybes, couldas, shouldas, possiblies, and then whatever the algorithm's picking up from wherever they're hanging out. I'm barely on social media anymore. Like I go on and shit posts and stuff, but I stay away from it mostly right now. Trying to sell it down. We're into the 11:30 hour right now. We'll wait and see if we get a new low. We don't have one just yet. It's kind of a weak sell here. Yeah, I think it gets sketchier and sketchier. Who's real, who's not real. I watched another video recently that showed a guy had a guy did a video about AI video, and he was an AI. You couldn't tell. You couldn't tell he was a fucking AI. I'm assuming that's rampant right now too, to some extent. I think I can find this guy's video. I don't know. Whoop, this video is no longer available. Oh, shocker. This guy was showing the video is gone. He deleted it. The channel is gone now too. He had made an AI to represent himself, and you couldn't tell. There was no way you could tell. XLU is on a high right now. Rocket Lab looking kind of weak here. That was one of the companies that put in a new low on last Friday. I think, I'm not sure you mentioned her, but what did you take on Whitney Webb? Seems to also be a lot of loss in private surveillance state moves by government for more control. I'll say it again. I'm going to keep it really simple for you guys. You guys are all looking the wrong way. Like, society as a whole is looking the wrong fucking way. If you look at it as a whole, it's really bad. What we're doing is we're going, what do you think about this? And what do you think about that? And what do you think about this? And what do you think about that? Instead of just looking at the whole. If you look at the whole, you'd freak the fuck out. I think you would. Like we are being, as a society, we are being, like how much pain do you want? You want a little bit of pain or a lot of pain? If you want a lot of pain, you look at the whole. If you don't want a lot of pain, you want it to slowly become worse. That's what we do, is we focus on individual things. So every time I see someone out there like pointing to one thing and going, hey, it's because of this, and this just this, like whatever reason they're giving, I'm kind of horrified because it's a total package. We have a new economy coming, and there are those out there that want to serve that economy to you, and there's a lot of people that are not going to be able to serve that economy to you, and there's governments that are going to want to be formed to serve that economy to you too. And I think that's where the real argument is here. It's not on the one or two things. I just presented to you two or three things, like YouTube with their policy. Presented a couple other things in there, right? The one with the AI dolls and stuff like that, and then Discord just did their thing. When you take it individually, we're all like pitchforks and torches, and then we go to the next thing. Oh, what about this thing over here? What about that thing over there? If you look at it all as a whole, it looks like some kind of mass normalcy bias. It's meant to cope, I think, and it's probably being reinforced by the powers that be. That's what I would do. I'll let you get upset about small things and never the whole thing. When in reality, if you look at it as a whole, it's fucking frightening. Absolutely 1,000% frightening. And I think that's where the argument needs to go. I don't know if and when they ever do that, though, if people can, or I don't know how they, I'm assuming if the general public freaks out, I don't know if they do or when they do. Right now, it's not looking good for the general public. Maybe some kind of like moment of clarity. and I think everyone's involved in it. I think like everybody. I think everyone's involved in this. Not everyone being like you and I, but like powers that be. I think that they're all involved, one way or another. They're all like rats trying to either climb off the Titanic or up on an ark of some kind. It's why they are and where they are and stuff like that. So, if I was to look at anything, I would look at like turn of the century. That's probably an easy way to look at it. Company towns, all that kind of stuff. Nope. I'm watching Ford here in the background. I'd like to see it squeeze balls off. Complete the 1450. Silver. What's my take on silver? CME unable to deliver it. February 27th, that's the delivery date for these silver contracts. Can't be filled, but the CME is going to have to do something. I think if you and I knew about it, it wouldn't be what you think it's going to be. It's not going to implode. Yeah, I know about the settling in cash thing too. They can settle in cash. I have read that recently about that. I don't think that it's anything bad. What it reminds me of is what that reminds me of is like issuing debt. It's the same people say things like no one's buying U.S. debt anymore. We're fucked. The U.S. can create and pay their own debt and create their own money to pay for it. No one wants to acknowledge that. Same thing with just paying cash for the silver. You just get paid cash. I don't think there's anything like crashy about it. This fucking thing is still going on in here. This is weird too. Chinese scientists helped create a machine eye that may be faster than human vision. I watched a video of Elon Musk with a robot that was moving so fast that humans couldn't keep up unless it slowed down. So what does that matter? The machine eye that's faster than human vision. That's already been created. Want to buy some calls here. Amazon looks like it wants to rip faces off. Netflix wants to rip some faces off. AMD still ripping faces off. There's a first leg down here. Just don't know if they're going to get the second one. They're trying for this one right here. Curb's already been ripping faces off. They're trying to break out yet again this morning. Keep an eye on Curb, CURBE. They're back at it again this morning. I can step right back here, guys. Hold on 1 second here. Hang tight 1 minute here, guys. I don't think Besson's still on there. Oh, they are still on there. Hang tight 1 minute here, guys.
That DJT had probably the sharpest increase on that day, 415 million, and that the president said buy DJT, and that's what happened.
I'm unfamiliar with the exact text. Did he say buy DJT?
Yes, sir.
Did he say buy DJT?
Now is a good time to buy and have a salutation DJT.
Yes, sir. DJT immediately following, now is a good time to buy.
Well, those are his initials, as you said.
They are his initials, but it's also, do you agree that those are the symbol, that's the symbol for his stock?
I believe it is.
Okay. And do you believe that such a thing done openly and notoriously should not be investigated? Is that what you're telling the American people?
Sir, I believe that anything that is widely disseminated is widely disseminated and available to everyone.
Well, it was available to everyone, but what he said related to his stock could relate to something else, but to his stock. And here's the point, Mr. President, Secretary, here's the point. I believe that any other president making this kind of move is almost a hustle. I don't want to say that about the president, but making this kind of move would at least be investigated. If you're going to allow the president to do this openly and notoriously, $415 million, what you're doing is giving him a license to move markets at will, make announcements, and reap benefits. He is...
Just under 5 minutes time, we have the WASD end stocks data. Corn end stocks forecast 2.227 billion, unchanged from the prior. Cotton end stocks forecast 4.2 million. Wheat end stocks forecast 926 million. Soybean end stocks forecast 350 million. Also expecting comments from Feds Hammock.
Came here to testify about financial stability and threats to financial stability. I think what we're learning from this hearing, Mr. Secretary, is how much Trump derangement syndrome is a threat to emotional.
So a reminder for Feds Hammock, there will be text at 12 p.m.
There's been a lot of
Eastern
lectures directed at you today. Would you like to clarify anything or respond in any way to any of these lectures?
I would just like to say that financial stability analysis centered on identifying vulnerabilities in financial institutions or markets that might disrupt the provision of credit or liquidity, disrupt other sectors, and lead to significant losses across the financial stability. This is what FSOC is chartered to do.
Thank you. Secretary Bessent, I'd like to applaud President Trump and the Treasury Department for announcing Trump accounts. I do believe this will kickstart the American dream for children born between 2025 and 2028 with a $1,000 investment from the U.S. Treasury. And I'm personally grateful because my daughter, Virginia, was born in October and will be a beneficiary of these Trump accounts. Not only will this ensure that American children born in this time frame will participate in the deepest, most liquid capital markets in the world, but it importantly will also teach this new generation about the power of compound interest and will help them develop financial literacy skills which will make them owners and investors and will improve their financial outcomes throughout their lives. Can you touch on the impact of these Trump accounts and how it will help this new generation achieve financial independence? And as you talk about that, you know, we have a mayor of New York that espouses socialism, members of Congress who espouse socialism. How will these Trump accounts impact this new generation of Americans' view of financial independence versus socialism?
Again, history would show that people who own a piece of the action do not want to bring down the system when you are part of the system. As I said, 38% of Americans, American households, they do not participate in the equity market. Many do, many directly, many through 401ks.
Reminder at 12 p.m. Eastern Time, we have the EIA STEO report.
Own a piece of the American economic engine. We at Treasury, working with many people, are going to work on financial literacy. This will be one of the greatest real-time experiments in history. You are bringing Wall Street to Main Street, and Wall Street will work for Main Street instead of the other way around.
Well, on behalf of my 3-month-old daughter, Virginia.
We have posted a video of Fed Hammock speaking on the feed for those interested.
We're going to switch this out here. What is this? Yes, Senator, guys.
Beth Hammock to the stage.
So this is Beth Hammock from the Fed speaking right now.
Okay, thank you, Cody, and my thanks so much to the Ohio Bankers League for the invitation to speak with you today. Being in this room is a big deal to me. You might think of yourselves as unassuming bankers, but let me tell you why I think you're superstars. Not long ago, on a beautiful fall day, I was walking along Main Street with a local banker who I think is here, in Worcester, Ohio. Everyone knew him, lit up when they saw him, and shared stories about how he'd helped them with their business loans, with their mortgages, with their personal finances. James or Donovan Mitchell. Everybody was shaking hands, greeting fans. It was really an awesome sight. And so while the usual Fed disclaimer applies, I know how important all of you are to the communities that you serve. In fact, I've understood the value of American banks for a long time. Before becoming a Federal Reserve policymaker, I worked in financial markets as a market maker and for an eventful period as a corporate treasurer. Like probably all of you, I vividly remember the beginning of the pandemic in 2020. As consumer spending fell rapidly across the globe, markets buckled, and firms drew down on their lines of credit, creating a severe cash shortfall. I worked firsthand under these challenging circumstances to make credit and resource allocation decisions. Fortunately, banks were in a good position to serve as a bridge between the financial system and the real economy. Community banks in particular punched above their weight. They made nearly half of the Paycheck Protection Program loans that were extended during the first 6 months of the pandemic. This support, along with fiscal actions and the Fed's emergency measures, allowed the economy to get back on its feet relatively quickly. 5 years on, that experience continues to reinforce that banks are a crucial source of strength for the economy. And I'll take that a step further. In good times and bad, the diverse US banking system is our economy's secret sauce. And like any great recipe, our banking sector blends a variety of ingredients to create a flavor profile with balance and harmony, and one which is uniquely American. Strong banks are not only important for the economy, they're also essential for the effective implementation of monetary policy. Banks must be safe and sound in order to propagate monetary policy decisions throughout the economy. Tailoring regulation is one way we can ensure that the banking system endures as a lasting source of economic strength. At the same time, we should be mindful that loosening the rules too much could result in less resilient banks that don't serve the country well in times of stress. Just as we balance safety with economic growth in the supervisory arena, the Federal Reserve policymakers also have to balance both sides of our dual mandate
Hold on
of
here, I
price
gotta find
stability
this.
and maximum employment. So this will be a speech in two parts: banking and monetary policy. I said before that our banking system is uniquely American, and here's what I mean by that. First, we have more than 4,000 commercial banks and thrifts in the U.S., offering depositors, investors, and borrowers a broad range of choices. No other developed country has close to the number of banks and thrifts that we have. Second, the banking system is diffuse, limiting the concentration of financial power in New York or Washington. We have both state and federal charters in the U.S., which affords banks the opportunity to select their regulatory framework, tap local or national capital supplies as needed, and provide more pathways for new banks to enter the market.
Coming at 12 o'clock,
The
find
US
new
banking
flows
sector,
now.
like Ohio's, has three main segments. The Buckeye State is home to a number of GSIB branches,
Hang
some
tighter,
regional
guys.
banks, including 3 of the country's largest, sometimes called super regionals, and many smaller entities, 150 community banks and thrifts, and 34 mutuals. Together, this mix of financial institutions makes the economy more resilient, breeds innovation, and offers a wealth of options to consumers and businesses. Consider what flavor community banks bring to the sauce. Community banks excel at relationship lending, mainly to small businesses and in their local commercial real estate sector. This might sound like a niche, but supporting small business growth is immensely important to the health of the overall economy. While large public companies get the most attention, small businesses with fewer than 500 employees are their own force. In 2022, there were more than 6 million small businesses in the US. That's more than 99% of the total number of firms in our economy. And they accounted for a little under half of all payroll employment. In my conversations with small business owners, I often hear how they rely on community banks that know and understand them. During that visit to Worcester that I mentioned, a bridal shop owner told me that her thriving business wouldn't have been able to open without a loan from a community bank. This tracks with the Fed's results from our Small Business Credit Survey, which is managed by the Cleveland Fed. In the most recent report, small firms that applied for financing at community banks were more likely to be fully approved than firms that applied at large banks. It's perhaps no surprise, then, that small businesses consistently rate their interactions with community banks higher than with the largest banks. Now, if community banks stand out for relationship lending, while GSIBs cater to the largest corporate customers, what kind of flavor do regional banks bring to the sauce? Despite the significant outflows of uninsured deposits that we saw during the spring of 2023, regional banks overall are faring well. Within the regional banking segment, there are many different business models. Regional banks make loans to small and middle market firms that may be too large for community banks, but are likely unprofitable for the GSIBs. Here they blend community bank style relationship lending with their larger balance sheets to make impactful investments. I heard a great example of this from an owner of a hotel chain in Cincinnati. He'd originally financed the construction of a new high-end hotel through a family office. But as interest rates started rising, he turned to the regional bank that he'd had a relationship with for 20 years to refinance the debt at a lower rate. Today, this hotel is making a positive local economic impact, thanks in part to the more favorable terms that the regional bank was able to arrange. Finally, regional banks are high-profile backers of the communities that they serve. You can see this in their Community Reinvestment Act projects and in the logos that adorn everything from Little League ball fields to professional sports arenas. And overall, they're doing good business. Their ROAs are higher on average than for the largest firms. So our sauce is simmering along nicely, with each banking segment bringing its own distinct and complementary flavor. Community banks add a dash of local knowledge and personalized service. Regional banks introduce depth, and the very largest banks provide national and international service at scale. But as any good cook will tell you, monitoring the sauce is required to keep things from burning. This is where bank supervision can exert an important and positive influence in maintaining the sauce's flavor and consistency. Bank supervision is one of 5 main responsibilities of the Federal Reserve, the others being financial stability, running the payment system, consumer protection and community development, and of course, monetary policy. Just as community and regional bankers know their clients, the Federal Reserve's team of examiners know their banking institutions. Under the Fed's decentralized central bank structure, examiners live and work in the same communities as the institutions they supervise. The Cleveland Fed represents the 4th Federal Reserve District, which comprises all of Ohio and parts of Pennsylvania, Kentucky, and West Virginia. Every day, our supervisors are on the ground to ensure bank safety and soundness. These relationships are long-lasting. Supervisors develop a deep understanding of their institution's strategies and thus can tailor their oversight to match the risks each bank faces. There is no one-size-all formula for supervision. Through these relationships, the Fed is monitoring the risks and challenges facing the banking industry with a particular eye on financial stability. The big risks are well known. Non-bank financial institutions are growing at double the pace of the banking sector, offering many of the same services without the same regulatory oversight. These services include private credit, whose speed, flexibility, limited disclosure, and customization often making it an appealing alternative to traditional bank loans. In light of this growth, it's worth considering whether overly stringent rules in the wake of the GFC move too much financial activity out of the banking sector. As I noted earlier, it's important to balance the benefits from safety and soundness with overall economic growth. Stablecoins are another relatively new development. There are interesting cross-border applications for this new technology, though their use as a domestic payments instrument is unproven. And the potential competition that stablecoins may eventually pose to bank deposits bears watching. Operational risks are always top of mind, increasingly in the form of fraud. And not just because of the ever-evolving cyber threat landscape. Practically every conversation I have with a community banker these days features an anecdote about the rise of old-school fraud. We're talking about people taking checks from a mailbox, washing them, altering them, and then putting them into the system. Social engineering scams that rob customers of their savings have also escalated, and banks are often caught in the middle. This adds another costly layer to banks' risk management activities. A less well-known, but no less serious challenge to the banking sector is the lack of new traditional entrants. Before the GFC,
Can we get some calls
new
here,
commercial
maybe?
banks opened at an average pace of more than 100 banks per year. But since then, de novo entry has collapsed to roughly 7 new banks per year. While there are multiple factors behind this decline, a significant
Hey,
one
jump on
is the
this. Give me a
increase in
second
fixed
here.
compliance costs. In response to the decline in entry, bank regulators are presently working on easing application standards and speeding up the process for startup banks. Done properly, this is a sensible and welcome effort that holds the promise of increasing competition while keeping the pool of community banks strong. It's also consistent with a tailored approach to bank regulation and supervision, with the largest
No, don't leave me
institutions
behind,
subject to
dude. What the
most
fuck are you
stringent
doing?
rules based on the risk that they
Can't
pose
get
to
this
the
shit
wider
done
financial
quick
system.
enough.
In sum, when it comes to regulatory oversight, balancing costs and benefits should be our guiding principle. It's appropriate to ease rules that have unnecessarily curtailed de novo entry, but it's also worth taking stock of the economic gains we reap from rules that have made the banking system more resilient. We rebounded quickly from the pandemic recession in large part because well-capitalized banks were positioned to continue lending to businesses and households when they needed it the most. Let's not water down the sauce to the point that the banking system can't support the U.S. economy as strongly as it does today. A healthy banking system is also critical to effective monetary policy. Banks, through their lending, help transmit Federal Reserve policy changes to businesses and households. So let me transition to my outlook for the economy. The past year has been a challenging one for monetary policy. Both sides of the Fed's dual mandate have been under pressure as the labor market softened and inflation stayed elevated. That's a tough mix because higher rates of both unemployment and inflation hurt everyday Americans. The good news is that the outlook is brightening. Recent readings on economic growth have been encouraging, and the labor market appears to have stabilized. Many forecasts, including my own, call for some easing in inflation over the course of this year. At this point, I believe monetary policy is in a good place to stay on hold as we assess the incoming data and weigh if and how policy may need to adjust further. Last year started on the weak side with meaningful uncertainty, but the economy picked up speed in the second and third quarters. Toward the end of 2025, the federal government shutdown likely slowed growth, while disrupting the release of some key economic indicators. Consumer spending, the primary engine of the U.S. economy, held up well all year long. Though spending in aggregate has been resilient, it hasn't been uniform. For example, a visitors bureau in our district said that the gap between bookings at luxury hotels and budget chains has widened. This is consistent with reports from a range of businesses and community contacts that there's strength among higher income consumers and more cautious spending by lower income consumers, what some are referring to as the K-shaped economy. In the labor market, growth slowed and unemployment ticked up over the course of last year. Both official data and what we're hearing from businesses point to a low hire, low fire environment where companies aren't adding many workers, but they're not laying off a lot either. And workers are staying put more than usual. While slowing job growth and rising unemployment often signal bigger troubles ahead, recent signs point to stabilizing conditions. In December, the unemployment rate stood at 4.4%, similar to where it was in September. While not as low as it had been earlier,
She's telling a lot of the truth right now.
What I and many economists
I'm
label
impressed.
as a long-run equilibrium. Initial claims for unemployment insurance have stayed low. Companies' warned notices of mass layoffs, which we track closely at the Cleveland Fed, were about in line with their historic average through December, although some large companies have recently announced job reductions. Labor demand eased last year, but labor supply has also been limited by the aging population.
It's interesting that
and
she's
reduced
saying this
immigration.
stuff because we got a lot of employment data this
Overall,
week.
the labor market appears roughly balanced. Turning to the other side of the Fed's dual mandate, inflation is still too high. Our goal is 2% PCE inflation over the longer run. The latest reading was 2.8% last November. That's much better than in 2022, when headline PCE topped 7%, but inflation
Hammock,
is largely
just say that we're going to run it hot.
We feel the cost
Just
of
say
elevated
unemployment and
inflation
unemployment is
with every
good,
shopping trip.
and we're going to run the economy
The longer
hot.
that inflation remains at these levels, the greater the risk that it becomes entrenched in the economy. One notable development over the last year has been the rise in goods inflation, especially for items that are more exposed to global trade. Businesses in the 4th District say increases in tariff rates have pushed up costs. While some firms have already passed along these costs, others say that more price increases are coming. A Northwest Ohio-based maker of farming equipment told us that they're starting to see the full effect of tariffs hitting their bottom line, and it's only now that they're getting ready to raise prices for their own customers. Now, tariffs are top of mind for many businesses, but they're not the only source of inflationary pressure. Rising prices for health insurance and electricity are also pushing up costs. At this point, it's too soon to say if these broad cost pressures have peaked. Looking ahead, I'm cautiously optimistic. Growth this year should get a boost from—
Mind you, we have NFP tomorrow and
recent
unemployment rate tomorrow, and Hammock is just hitting all of those key points.
Businesses tell us that they're expecting some firming in activity, and bankers in our district say projects that were on hold last year are starting to move forward. Brighter growth prospects should translate into stronger demand in the labor market, helping to reduce the unemployment rate over the course of this year. Inflationary pressures should start to ease as tariff rates stabilize. Of course, there are no guarantees when it comes to forecasts, and there are considerable uncertainties around mine. Ultimately, I want to see evidence that inflation is indeed coming down. There's a risk that inflation could persist near 3% through this year, as it has for the past 2 years. Or inflation expectations could show signs of becoming unanchored if the public sees the elevated readings of the last 5 years as a sign that policy is not committed to achieving our 2% goal. On the other side, stabilization in the labor market could give way to additional softening if economic growth disappoints. 2 weeks ago, the FOMC kept the target range for the federal funds rate steady at 3.5 to 3.75%, a decision I voted to support. I believe we are in a good position to keep the funds rate at this level and see how things play out. By many estimates, including my own, the funds rate is now in the vicinity of neutral, meaning it's not meaningfully restraining the economy. If we see progress on both sides of our mandate, that tells me that policy is already at the right setting and that we should hold it there. Rather than trying to fine-tune the funds rate, I'd prefer to err on the side of patience as we assess the impact of recent rate reductions and monitor how the economy performs. Based on my forecast, we could be on hold for quite some time. To me, A steady funds rate would reflect positive economic
And
development.
that's what she's going to say,
Though
run it
holding
hot.
rates near neutral might slow the return of inflation all the way down to 2%. If my forecast doesn't materialize, then policy would need to respond accordingly. Right now, I see the risks of a higher or lower path for the funds rate as about balanced. History shows that flexibility has benefits. Setting policy to support a long economic expansion helps us to achieve the maximum in our maximum employment mandate. Long expansions provide broad benefits to American workers, but inflation needs to be low and stable to ensure that workers can fully enjoy those strong labor market conditions. I'll be keeping an open mind about the best policy path to achieve and sustain those outcomes. The long expansion of the 90s saw a series of decreases and increases in the funds rate in response to incoming data and risks to the economic outlook. During the long 2010s expansion, the Fed held the funds rate steady for an extended period. Just as tailoring supervision has benefits for banks of different sizes, monetary policy needs to be tailored to the conditions appropriate for each business cycle. During those lengthy expansions, both of which had low inflation, monetary policy operated independently from short-term political influence. That's very different from the 1970s, when political pressure on US monetary policy was stronger, inflation was much higher, and expansions were shorter. International evidence shows that countries with less independent central banks usually face higher inflation. This is because reducing inflation often entails tough trade-offs of short-term economic weakness in exchange for a future with lower inflation and stronger growth. In the US, former Fed Chair Paul Volcker took the unpopular step of sharply raising interest rates, which created a painful recession but finally tamed the high inflation of the 1970s. Then, as now, the Fed's independence goes hand in hand with its accountability to Congress and the American people. The Fed chair regularly testifies before Congress and holds press conferences after every FOMC meeting. We strive to be transparent about our decisions and the framework we base them on so the public can anticipate our actions. My colleagues and I on the FOMC frequently share our perspectives on how the economy is performing relative to our goals in media interviews, town hall meetings, and speeches at conferences like this one today. So to draw a parallel to the secret sauce of the US banking system from earlier, let me conclude with the key ingredients of the Federal Reserve's time-tested design. It's independent yet accountable so that policymakers can focus squarely on achieving the dual mandate. It's decentralized to ensure unique regional perspectives are considered in national monetary policy decisions. And it's structured to keep the banking system safe and strong by balancing regulatory oversight by the Board of Governors in Washington, D.C., with relationship-driven supervision by the regional reserve banks across the country. I'm proud to be a part of this institution, one that supports our unique banking sector, and I'm committed to achieving our maximum employment and price stability objectives on behalf of the American public. Thank you.
She's doing a fairly good job here with her speech. I don't really hear too frequently these guys tell the truth. They tend to speak out of both sides of their mouths, probably because of NFP tomorrow.
I think we're going to have a couple microphones positioned in the ballroom here so that people hopefully will feel welcome.
She stopped short of saying run it hot. It's the only thing she didn't
Get
say.
the conversation rolling, but certainly if anyone has a question on their mind, feel free to bring it up. First, thank you, Beth. Great to see you in person here today. We're grateful
like
for
Warsh, I think lets her run hot too.
And
But I think he's the right person for when they stop running it hot.
that each and every person in this
Or
room serves.
you'll
Thank you
trust
for
him.
acknowledging that.
I'll say that instead.
And personally, as
You'll
as an
trust that
economist,
that
thank
he's
you
the guy for the
stance you've
job.
taken on
He did
independence.
quit his position the
Certainly,
last
the
time.
importance of that dual mandate. So thank you.
Well, it's an honor to be here. As I said, I grew up as a banker. And
When
so
he
it's
thought we shouldn't
great
go
to
into
be
the
back
free
in a
money
room
era.
full of superstars and people who really are supporting their communities.
If you would, maybe to start light here, talk a little bit about your move to Ohio and what maybe, if anything's kind of surprised you about living in Ohio, or just anything you're particularly impressed about beyond what you already shared.
Well, we'd spent a fair amount of time, my husband and I, in Ohio, because he grew up in Northeast Ohio. So his parents are still there, his sister's there. So it's been great. It's a
What I
very
don't want to
different
see
life
is
than
a blast
New York
down
City
and
coming
then
from
this
there,
down
but it's
here.
been really wonderful. We've enjoyed
And
getting
that
to
down
know the region.
there.
And for me, one of the most
Let's watch it
fun
closely
parts
here.
of the job, one of the most interesting parts of the job is really traveling around the district and getting the full flavor, because what we have in the 4th District is really a microcosm of the country's economy. We've got representation from the agricultural sector, we've got a strong banking sector, we've got technological innovation that's happening, we've got energy production, we've got a lot of manufacturing going on, you've got eds and meds in full force. And so you really have a good representation of what goes on across the country here within the region. One of the things that I've found most rewarding is really the partnerships between the private sector and the community organizations. They really do come together in a really strong way, not just in Columbus, but all across the region to help support their local communities. And I have to say, for me, it's wonderful to be in a city where people are really proud of their city. In New York, people love to dunk on New York, but in Cleveland, people are incredibly proud of Cleveland, and it's nice to be a part of that.
Awesome, thank you. Appreciate you acknowledging all that. And also, I'd be remiss in not thanking you for serving the country in the important role that you are in. It's great to know that you get it as a banker and just had a great career on our side of the ledger, if you will. And thanks for serving the country now as the Cleveland Fed.
Well, it's an honor and a privilege to be able to do this.
I'll hand it off to Brandon here first. Brendan, sorry.
It's Mike. President Hammack, thanks for being here today. I'm curious to know what you think some of the main financial stability risks are that you're seeing out there. Thank you.
Yeah, financial stability is one of our 5 functions, and it's something that I spend a lot of time and my staff spends a lot of time looking at and thinking about where could the next risk come from. I'll call out a couple of things that I'm paying attention to, some of which I mentioned in the speech. The growth in private credit is one, not because I think that private credit is inherently bad or particularly risky, but it's just very opaque. We don't have great visibility as to what's going on in those areas, and it's been growing very rapidly. Anytime something is growing and happening outside the banking system where we have less visibility, it's important for us to continue to monitor it as best we can, and so that's one. The other is stablecoins. It's an exciting new technology. I think it's certainly unproven as a payments technology, but we're open-minded about it. But how that will interact with the banking system, what that will mean for deposits, what that will mean for credit formation, certainly is something that we're spending a lot of time on. I think the most interesting use cases would be for foreigners who want to hold dollars that have a harder time opening up bank accounts, or for cross-border payments. Both of those I think are really exciting. But we'll see whether that's going to be their main use case or whether they are challenging to deposits, which obviously would be something more concerning to us. And then the last place I'll point to, which I didn't mention in the speech, is just the growth in leverage.
Everything's on a cliff. I'm like watching the whole market right now in the background.
The amount of debt outstanding that Treasury has issued is quite significant. I think everyone would agree, and the chair has said numerous times, that the US government is on an unsustainable fiscal path. But to finance all that debt, a number of hedge funds have increased the leverage that they take it on quite significantly. And so that's a place, when we look at prior episodes where there's been instability in financial markets, a lot of times it comes from that buildup of leverage. And so that's a place that I'm continuing to watch closely.
And just to go a little deeper, if we can, on stablecoins, certainly that has been something the OBL has been very involved in, and we absolutely have concerns with the use case of it as a store of value. That certainly opens up the door to significant risk for our institutions in terms of that disintermediation. That money won't be working in the Worcesters and every other community across the state and across the country. However, that use case as a means of payment, another rail, if you will, that certainly could make sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fred.
President Hammack, thank you again for joining us today. You mentioned in your speech Fed independence. Could you elaborate a little bit more as to why an independent central bank is critical to the economy and in the financial system?
Yeah, thank you for asking that. It's something that we're spending a lot of time talking about these days. And it is really critically important. If you look around the globe, countries that have more independent central banks deliver better outcomes for their population, lower inflation, which tends to be the mandate of most central banks. We, of course, balance that with our maximum employment side of our mandate. But it's really being able to have an independent central bank allows you to deliver on that low inflation over time. And what's important is that we're independent yet accountable. right? We're not independent because we want to go off and think in a vacuum. We want to talk to the public about what we're doing. We want everyone to understand our goals and our motivations and to help hold us accountable to those 2 goals that we've set out and making sure that we're delivering on it. And so the chair goes and testifies in front of Congress twice a year to explain
12:27. We get another hour, 4-hour candle here coming up the next hour.
Risks and outlooks are, and then I'm out with my colleagues talking frequently to share our perspectives on what's going on. It's really important that we're able to maintain that independence so that we can make those tough trade-offs if they should materialize. Because sometimes
See if we
it
go
means
up there
you
and
have
sweep that
short-term
prior
pain
4-hour
for
candle here.
longer-term benefits of that low inflation over time. And so that's why the independence is really important for us. Thank you.
Agreed. Now, I'll just reiterate it again, just how important that independence is from the OBL perspective. We're hearing that from bankers probably every day of the week as far as
What is that, 696.55?
Yeah.
Somewhere right in
What
here.
independence really means is that when I walk into the monetary policy room, that I'm squarely focused on the data and I'm focused on the experiences and the anecdotes that I hear from people in the region when I'm out and about. And if I'm focused on those 2 things, that to me says that we have an independent central bank that's making the right decisions for the right reasons.
Great, thank you. Jason?
Good afternoon, President Hammack. Thank you very much for your comments today. My name is Jason Painley. I'm with Mechanics Bank, headquartered in Mansfield, Ohio. I understand that the Federal Reserve System is undergoing a discount window modernization effort, and that there might have been a request for comments or industry feedback out there. Was wondering if there's any meaningful feedback that you're receiving from the industry and if you can provide any comments on the direction of that project.
Yeah, thank you very much for asking. This has been an important project that started even before I joined the system. We did put out this request for comment in 2024 and got a variety of really good feedback. We in Cleveland have hosted a couple of roundtables to get more one-on-one feedback from bankers around what's working, what's not working. I think coming out of 2023, we all recognize that maybe not everyone in the system was prepared and ready to use a discount window, which is really an essential tool to help banks continue if they need to use it, if they need to borrow from that forum. And so making sure that banks were prepared, that they knew what it took. Now, I would say of the banking institutions that we engage with, probably only about half of them are set up to be discount window ready. From a lot of the smaller institutions that we talk to, it's not really, it doesn't make economic sense for them, and that's a perfectly fine choice. We just want that if people are using it, are thinking about it, that they're ready and they know how to take advantage of it. Now, it may only be 50% of the institutions, but it's more than 90% of the assets within the 4th District are actually eligible to be to access the discount window. So that's a real positive. A couple of things that we're focused on is making it easier for banks to use. So that means technological change. I will admit that when I was a banker, I actually used the discount window. We would have to test it operationally. And it was a very cumbersome process involving phone calls and fax machines and things that you would think in 2026 are not things that we're talking about anymore. We've made some good progress from them in terms of modernizing, but there's still more that we can do. And then the last piece that we're really focused on is creating interoperability with the home loan bank system. We know that that's an important funding tool for a number of banks, and that being able to move your collateral between the 2 systems is incredibly cumbersome. They have 11 banks, we have 12. We have different headquarters, different geographies. We don't line up very well. And so finding a way that we can work together to provide that ease of use to the system, I think would be an overall benefit. So that's something we're continuing to spend time on. Thank you.
If we could, Beth, let's talk a little bit more about the discount window, the stigma, right? And you coming from the banking industry and your knowledge of working with the discount window as a banker, what is it that maybe needs to be done, we can do, because we hear there just is that stigma from an investment bank standpoint with a bank that is set up, tests the lines in that.
Yeah, it's very tricky. I mean, there is some things that we have done to try to minimize some of the stigma and some of the awareness. Now, of course, it's a congressional rule that we have to release on a 2-year lag, everyone who borrows and the name of the institutions. But we did change some of what we report in our Fed H41 so that you can no longer see reserve by reserve bank where the actual loans are happening at this point in time. So we've tried to aggregate that, which at least in real time, hopefully gives some more confidence to individuals. And this is really, I think, a conversation for bankers to have with their management and board leadership and talk about this is an essential tool as lender of last resort that we need to have available for banks. If you have a moment when you can't access funding markets, maybe there's a shortfall, it doesn't have to be the last resort, but it may just be time of day or the need that arises. And that's what we're meant to be. We're meant to be there to be that bridge between your short-term urgent needs and the longer-term financing plans that you may create.
Good, thank you. And thanks for what you have done so far to update the process, to make it quicker, more responsive in use of technology. I think I'd heard a couple years ago about mailing in packets and things like that, so it seemed a bit arduous.
We still sometimes do wet ink signatures on loans because loans are a little antiquated. So if we can digitize the loan space, that I think would help everybody, but that may be beyond our scope of the project. But there's a huge team at the Fed who's working on this, focused on making sure we can bring the latest in technology to make this as easy to use as possible. So we do really welcome all of your feedback and comments. Please keep them coming because it helps us to deliver what you need in this critical tool.
Thank you. And before handing it to
I
Eric,
should probably
will
post
just say
something here
thank
about that.
you,
Hold on.
for really valuing that input. We take you very seriously on that, as far as the other prudential regulators as well. And I'll just give a shout out to all the bankers in the room here who give us that critical feedback from that firsthand perspective for our different comment letters. So please keep it coming so that we're effectively advocating for you. Eric?
I echo the other comments about.
Oh, I gotta address this today.
Here, so thank you very much and welcome.
Two things I gotta do
Eric
right now.
Mouser from LCNB National Bank down in Lebanon, Ohio. Non-bank entities, you talked about them and the rise of them offering similar services, but aren't necessarily regulated ourselves. Would love your comments on, do you bring them in? Should you bring them in or not bring them in to get similarly regulated?
That's a decision really for the Board of Governors in Washington. So as I said, the Board of Governors in Washington sets regulatory policy, and we at the banks implement the supervision. And so there's kind of this marriage between the two. I do think there's been a lot of focus on this growth in terms of the lending that's happening from these non-bank financials to understand what's happening. Over many years, there's been reform in places like money market funds to make those safer, more stable, less prone to runs. There's some good news when you look at the growth that you've seen in private credit, which is that by and large, those funds tend to be longer dated maturities and you don't have a lot of redemption rights. Now, that may be changing as some of those funds are becoming more public, maybe listed, and so there could be redemptions there, which is something that'll need to be studied. I know that, setting that regulatory viewpoint is really something that the Board of Governors in Washington is focused on and looking at how do we make sure we have that right balance between safety and soundness and growth, because you could have a system that is perfectly safe, but no loans are ever created, and that's not where we want to be either. And so it's really getting that balance right, and I think that's something that will just change over time. And I think it's something that needs to change over time to adapt to how the economy is performing, where the needs are coming out.
I'd like to talk a little bit more about supervision. I'm looking at Annalika here. I want to give her a shout out. I absolutely appreciate everything that she does and the access she gives us to weigh in so we can give feedback that we're hearing from the bankers. Could you please just talk a little bit about that side of the house and any trends that you're seeing in the exams right now? Anything concerning you or some words of caution you want to put out there?
Yeah, I'd say right now the banking system looks pretty good. It looks pretty healthy. We're seeing capital ratios continue to trend upwards, which is a positive development, and it's been reasonably stable. When we look at loan growth is starting to pick up. I talked about some of the anecdotes from the bankers. Those projects that were on hold because of all the uncertainty in 2025 are starting to come back in and get financed and move forward, which is really healthy. Similarly, we're seeing delinquencies have been kind of tapering off. Again, that's a place where we're going to want to watch closely to see how it performs.
What the fuck is
but
the Find
sectors
Hub
like,
network?
Commercial real estate and office in particular is a focus that we've continued to monitor. But things, generally in the banking landscape are looking pretty good.
Good, thank you. Paul?
President Hammack, thank you again for being here. And thank you for the shout out that you gave at the podium.
I'm going to read it to you here in just a minute. I got to post something in the Discord.
A charter that's very near and dear to
and then we'll go over. I
It's
just wanted to give it to the
but I
people
took
that
it out of
can
the law. It
read.
is the most of any other
And then we'll
state
chat
other
about
than
it.
Massachusetts.
Yes, that's all right. Thank you. Thank you for acknowledging that. We all understand that movements on the short end of the curve don't always translate into parallel movements on the long end of the curve. I'm curious about what comments you might offer relative to mortgage rates and its impact on what has been a very challenging housing market.
Yeah, it's a great question. We do have one blunt instrument, which is the federal funds rate at the very short end of the curve. And so we use that to try to set policy and help spur investment when needed or restrain investment when needed to bring our dual mandate objectives. We don't control the mortgage rate. We don't control the 10-year rate. Those are freely traded market rates. And there's a lot of factors that go into what drive those rates. Some of it has to do with the amount of issuance that happens. Some of it has to do with expectations of inflation. If there's more expectation that inflation will continue over the longer term, that would typically mean higher interest rates and more risk premium put into the marketplace. And so we do monitor them because, you know, the financial conditions broadly are, when I think about what financial conditions mean, it's that short end rate, something like the 10-year rate or the mortgage rate, credit spreads, how the dollar is performing. All of those are factors that will spur businesses to make more or less investments in the marketplace and drive things. And so again, we have one very blunt instrument that we control, but we're monitoring those other ones. And I take some signal from the markets about how those are performing to give me some indication of, are we doing our job effectively or not? Right now, one of the things I'm spending a lot of time looking at is inflation expectations. Given that inflation has been above our target for so long, I do worry that it's going to be, you know, that you could have a risk that it becomes entrenched in the psyche, and the place that I need to continue to monitor to make sure that that stays with that lower 2%, in and around that 2% goal where we want it to be. Yeah.
If I could press you a little bit on that 2% goal, I'm thinking back to my days in college in the 80s, and full employment was like 6.5%, and we've certainly blown through that. Is the 2% just an outdated figure? Why not 2.5 or 3?
The 2% target was arrived at in 2012. That's when the Fed first came up with that number. There are a lot of reasons why we came up with it. I mean, what I'd say is that you want a number, you want an objective that is low and stable. You don't want to be at 0 or negative, because that usually means that your economy is not doing particularly well. So you want some amount of inflation, but you don't want it to be high. You don't want it to be a runaway type of number. And so there were a series of conversations that settled on 2%. I think it's critically important that we achieve that 2% goal before we talk about, would it be appropriate to change it? Different economic cycles, different environments could have a lower or higher natural rate of inflation, and that's something that we certainly should consider. But right now, I think it's critically important that we deliver against that objective that we've laid out before we talk about moving it.
Thank you. Michael?
It's kind of low. Thank you. President Hammack, thank you for coming and talking to us today, taking time out of your busy schedule. Mike Lewis, President and CEO of Hometown Bank in Kent, Ohio. I'd love to hear your thoughts on something new, AI, that's come to the market and how it's going to affect the economy and how you think it's going to affect the workforce.
Yeah, I can't do a meeting without talking about AI. AI is everywhere all the time. It is an exciting new technology that offers a lot of potential. We're hearing from businesses that are adopting it. Certainly, I hear from businesses very small, like 1, 2, 3-person businesses that are relying on it very heavily because they have to. They can't afford more employees, and it's providing a lot of leverage. I hear about it at the very large end of companies who are adopting it, but it can be expensive to really put into your culture and to make it a core tool that you're using. And so I hear in the middle that there's maybe less adoption, some experimentation. People are thinking about how can they try to use it, but I've seen less adoption there. Our researchers at the Cleveland Fed are spending a lot of time looking at it. Right now, it's too soon to say what the impact is going to be. There are a lot of questions. Will it replace workers? Will it complement workers? Every time you look at some of these transformative new technologies, whether it's the steam engine, electricity, the internet, what you saw was that there was a whole series of jobs that went away, but there were a whole new series of jobs you couldn't even think of that were created. So I'll just give the example, this is not AI specific, but if you'd asked someone 20 years ago, 25 years ago, if you'd said that there was going to be a job called influencer that was going to pay money, you'd have been like, I don't understand, what is that? How could that possibly be? And so I'm sure that AI is going to have its own series of jobs it will create that we can't conceive of today, that will create new opportunities. So I'm optimistic that I think it's going to be another transformative tool, but we're monitoring it closely because I know there's a lot of fear that it could replace jobs. When I'm out talking with companies, and I was with 2 different companies this morning, hearing their perspective on how they're integrating AI, I hear that there are places where it is replacing workers, but I also hear about maybe an equal number of places where it's complementing workers. So A hospital system that I was speaking to has talked about how they're using AI to have their physicians spend more time with patients, less time charting, less time writing notes. And so they're not thinking they need fewer physicians, they're just thinking it'll be a better quality of care. They'll be able to provide better service to people. And so I think it'll be a balance between the two, but it's a place that we're watching closely to see how that could shift things.
Thank you, that's helpful. One last question, Tony?
Tony Davis, People's State Bank, New Lexington, Ohio. Thank you again for being here. I don't think we want to leave without a little further discussion about stablecoin. So what do you think the use cases might be and how it may affect the banking industry?
Yeah, I mean, to me, when I think about stablecoins, I kind of have a hard time in the domestic context of what the benefit of a stablecoin is. Because though we at the Federal Reserve are responsible for making sure that you have fit paper currency in your wallets, most people think of their money as digital. They think of it as an electronic entry in their bank account. And so I'm not sure what the difference between that electronic book entry is and a stablecoin for use in the domestic payment systems. You can send money a variety of ways. You can still write checks, but there's a lot of increasing electronic forms of moving payment. So we operate a real-time payment system called FedNow. I know there's a private side competitor. There are ACH opportunities. We run the FedWire. There are lots of ways to move your money right now. I think they're pretty, if not frictionless, they're pretty smooth and seamless. I think the best use cases that I've heard, the most compelling, are international or cross-border applications, because that is where we tend to hear of the most frictions, the most challenges in moving money is between the US and some other jurisdiction. We also hear that there are foreigners who would love to be able to hold dollars, but opening US bank accounts is complicated. The KYC and AML rules are actually very stringent, and so it makes it difficult for them. Now, of course, there's money market funds and other bonds that they could buy through investment accounts, but stablecoins could be a way to provide a dollar-based asset to those types of players. I'm optimistic that because we have such excellent use cases or such excellent flowing of dollars within the US, that it's not going to be a competitor to the banking system or a competitor to deposits, but it's a place we need to watch very closely because the deposits is the formation of credit and lending throughout our country. And so if we see deposits come down very significantly in favor of stable coins where that money is being used more for either short-dated treasuries or potentially deposits itself, that could shift the way that credit is created within the country, and that's a place that we'll want to spend a lot of time looking at it.
Thank you on that. Any final words?
No, I would just say, look, thank you.
I did look. I'm not gonna. I shouldn't say this.
I'm really privileged to have this opportunity, and we really welcome all of your thoughts. So whether it's through our partners.
Well, this is so the reason I'm playing this for you is because
what's working for you, what's not working, and
twofold. Oh, this is Hammock. She's a Fed chair.
Within the banking
One.
sector, that it's great for us to stay
I think I've talked about this in market. By the way,
feedback and insights coming.
we were back into some volatility, some range expansion. So I'm doing market briefs again. If you're not reading them, you should.
Everyone will please join me in thanking Cleveland Fed President Beth Hammock.
When I stop writing them, people get mad at me. So I'm writing them again. If you like them, they're there. These are every night. I wrote one for Sunday, wrote one Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Sundays. So last week, there was some bullshit. No, I don't want to say bullshit, but some new reporting on unemployment and employment from, I don't know what the fuck this is here. Hold on a second here. Can you hear me? Check. Okay. Let me just turn this off here. The reason we're listening to Hammock in particular is because ADP kind of fucked up. So not fucked up completely, but if you're going to change or like they did so ADP put out like a revision going back very far in time, which is unusual. Not just a year. They went back all the way to the beginning and they said, oh, we applied some new stuff. So are they using AI is the first question. Is there hallucinations going on? Because whenever you change something like that, there should be consistency throughout the new the new employment data, in this case with ADP. ADP employment report cannot be trusted right now because what they came back with was a new line that was not consistent to the old line, which means something's there. Something's up. Now, then this other like penis, butthole, and vagina reporting company, they changed their shit too, like the next day, 2 days later. At the same time, the Fed announced that they were going to push off their employment data releases to this week. Now, we have a partial government shutdown, but that partial government shutdown does not stop that data collection, nor the dissemination of that data. So it's a very unusual that stuff was taking place last week. And we saw the markets go down into that data that should be released that wasn't, that was pushed off in this fucking week. God damn. It's today. I've never seen this fucking country like so fucking just like obfuscate, and more obfuscation, right? And you have to to explain anything that's factual today, it's like a fucking preamble you have to give to get back to where the fuck we are. So anyways, you have data being released this week, and in particular, this data that's coming out tomorrow, not NFP, an unemployment rate that was unusually moved, along with some other unusual shit, especially from two fucking companies that don't rely upon the same data, and they're pushing out this new thing together. One was more transparent than the other, surprisingly. So the point that I'm trying to make in all this fucking shit diarrhea you have to cut through to get to the actual truth is Hammock today is giving you a pretty fair truth, which is unusual. And she's doing this before, of course, NFP releases tomorrow. And most of what she's saying here today is pretty much facts. Pretty much the fucking facts. I'll put it, this is the finger trap in here. We'll leave that there. Now I get this big release tomorrow. My thesis here was we should roll from yesterday's high. And then I'm coming into the close yesterday. I'm like, no. Pop it up a little bit more. And take all their stops and then roll the market down into this data release or whatever. And you can see in the market even this morning, it's not too hard to see here that there's people pigpiling, right? Short, buy puts, protect NFP unemployment. I own the market. You can see it right here at 12, another 10 a.m. They did it at 10 a.m. They did it again at 12. My thesis here is that they're going to take all your stops up into the close today, into this NFP unemployment and all this other stuff. Now, there's a couple ways to look at this stuff for tomorrow. One, a lot of that volatility has already hit the tape. I did posit last week that, when will it matter? The fact that it hit the tape is, I guess, is good. You're already aware of this stuff before we get the data tomorrow, but you could see headlines tomorrow that are like, worst data, like worst employment situation since the bottom of the Great Depression in 1930 or something fucking insane like that. And you might get some knee-jerk negativity around that, but we all know that that's not real, right? Please tell me that you're a fucking living, breathing human fucking person with at least a brain cell that knows that data and those headlines are absolutely fucking false. And that it has to do with how they're collecting data differently. No, we are not in the worst unemployment since the Great Depression at the bottom of the market. You'd be out of your fucking mind if that was real. Truthfully, we're literally at fucking all-time highs. So there's something going on with the data collection, how it's being presented. That doesn't preclude that mattering tomorrow for a day. So I am a little like bearish on, like on unrealized volatility for NFP, but normally when we get into like an NFP, a binary event like that, if we're trading down to the depths of hell into it, I'm trying to get long at the closing bell. Think about that. So we keep it simple. NFP, if we're like, I'll give you a binary event kind of thing. It's not just NFP, it's any of them. If we're in the middle going into one of those events, I'm kind of hands-offish. And you should be too. If we go down into one of those events like heavy, normally that closing bell, like 4 o'clock, 4:15, you're slamming the buy button. And if we're going up into those events like we are today, I would expect them to take all your fucking stops at the top here. And you probably can't sell the market until like legitimately for money until close. That's what I think. I could be wrong here. We start losing the hourly trigger, the half-hour trigger, maybe it is time. But until then, until the close today, I expect us to go up into this this binary event, which is tomorrow. We likely get up there, and not only that, but you have, I think I wrote this in last night's brief, that you've got a lot of volatility this week, and you've got some natural not quite bear shit, but you've got some, if this volatility turns out being bearish, you have a bunch more of it next week for OPEX, month end, and expiration. I should say OPEX and expiration, and then the following week with month end. So it's stacked against you. If you're like, look at it, like if you're a buy or a bull, the market is kind of stacked against you the next week or two, and maybe even the end of the month. So it's obvious, it's like too obvious. Nothing's that easy where it looks so obvious. So normally what they'll do is bleed you the fuck out, and then they'll price that shit in. So I expect today to be up today and potentially even up into the end of the day. Take all your fucking stops, especially for like, but I realized that like systematic traders, like I got to hedge this. I'm just going to hedge it on the open. I'm going to hedge it at 10 or 12 when these flows come out, hit the tape. But for most of you that are trading the actual market, not systematic traders, there's a high chance that a dealer is going to try to look at all that hedging once it's done, each time it's done, and then try to rip to delta hedge it to the upside, and then print your shit and you don't get paid for it. Basically, right? It's basically the way to think about this, simplified. So, anyways, her speaking today it's a good opportunity right before a binary event and a high, where we could get some like knee jerk, like, oh my god, it's the worst shit since whatever. It's like, dude, you heard about that last week. Oh my god, the world is ending. My hair is on fire. Are you in puts, bro? Yes, but I didn't want to admit it. Right? That kind of shit. So it's a good opportunity right now to be listening to her because she's trying to offset whatever that noise is tomorrow with the actual facts, the data, and the economy. And a lot of what she's saying right now is Wolf Richter says the same shit. He's on that same. She's parroting what he says, which is where we really are in the economy, kind of economy we're in, where we are with inflation and unemployment and employment, and that you should consider that stuff when we get these reports tomorrow, that we could get some whacked out, information or whatever, or because they're all doing some kind of new calculating. I'm fascinated by it because I wonder who's okaying and authorizing this stuff, and who's taking part in it, who's not, that kind of stuff. She is hot, right? She's kind of good looking. She's not a bad looking woman. She's hot. She's definitely cute. So that's my only thoughts on this stuff today. People are like, when are we rolling? When are we rolling? Probably not until the end of the day. If I had to guess, it's probably on the closing fucking bell at 4:15. If I had to guess. That's where it should be. What else? We've got White House presser going on right now. We got a couple things we got to talk about here too. What? Hold on here. Hang tight here. Oh, God. I've got a market reaction function here for NFP. Next thing we need to talk about is McGilligot. Look at that big wave above us. So this yellow line right here is pretty much represents that wave. Just to show you guys where we are in the market. Let me see if can I show this? Let me see if I can just draw this in so you guys can see where all the bears are up here. So you just want to see it simple here. This is all-time highs right here. And what you really want to be watching is this right here. That guy right there. See this one right here? This is where they sold. This is where the important one is right here. And right there. We just took it out just now. But you can see these sellers here and these sellers here, and they're trying to, you know, sell. Just so you can see that they're like right above us right now. And you know what this is above, right? Squeeze time. Take all their stops. And then down. There is some kind of a setup here. There's a little bit of a setup here. I've seen these before too, where you actually get a big giant squeeze in after hours, and then at 8:30, 9:30 in the morning, they sell it down before you ever get there. You don't get to partake in this. So we could be waiting for a bigger squeeze after the bell today. And what you do is they take this thing up and they murder all those puts, and they can come down in cash market and not pay anybody. They don't pay the call side. They don't pay the put side. But just so you note that, you know, these guys are right here. They're like right here trying to sell. Big sellers above here. So we're kind of precariously sitting right where we are. And there's a thesis here that you go lower for more demand. It's lower down here, but I don't think they're down here. I don't think there's any buyers down there. This is kind of it for the bulls. And just look at them just lobbing like boom, bomb there, boom, bomb there, boom, bomb there. I just want to see the world burn. Same place right in here. Nothing's really changed. Same boxes right in here. This is the first low of the box right here, so we're just waiting for a second low. If you see a new low down here, if you do end up seeing a new low just down here, they're going to suck it right back up here and give you an exit, and then they're going to dump it. We're not there, though, yet. Yeah, I use them for I try to watch if you want to know why I have this chart open, I keep it open in the background for traditional charting. I just like to see the I like to look at the market on a higher frame. Well, it does two things for me. I can see a higher. That's a 4-hour candle I'm showing you. So I'm like always watching the bigger candles because we have a 1-minute chart here, which is not the reality. And then the second reason is for traditional charting. So I'm always watching like Gamma. I watch Elliott Wave. I watch ICT. Watch traditional charting. I'm trying to think of all the fucking shit that I watch. Basically what everybody's doing, so you can kind of see who's on first and what's on second and where's third and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, well, what I like about, I wish TradingView did this and they don't, is Webull, if you flip it on, you can watch the 24-hour market or 22-hour market round the clock on that one chart. You don't have to jump between ES and SPY. Unless TradingView does that, and I don't know. If you guys can show me a way to track SPY 24 hours a day, I'd be interested in on TradingView. I haven't been able to do that, so. Oh, she is hot as hell. She's hot. There might be a parallel ticker, but I want to watch all the price action. The one thing that Webull gives me that I like is that I can see where the inflection points are in AH, PM, and overnight. I can see all three. I can't see that on TradingView. I have to like jump back and forth between ES. If we start breaking like PM or AH after hour inflection points, I have to like jump to ES and look where they are. And it's kind of like no platform is best. Okay, so that was the NFP function. Let's talk about our boy Macroeconomic here. He's a bear that I actually trust. I think I put I've posited my thesis on the dollar already. I've been doing it for months now. In your yearly outlook, I talk about it briefly, the dollar, and I think I gave you an outlook for the dollar too. Let's read what Macroeconomic has to say here. A quick summary of a few talking points. Special attention to Section 2, Econ surprise sequencing update, and especially Section 3, the feedback from a notable event with fixed income investors last week. Market is, by and large, smashing U.S. dollars out of the gate to start the week. Potentially kicked off by the provocative headline of Chinese regulators advising institutions to limit purchases, reduce exposure to USTs, which has then seemingly acted as the straw that stirs the drink of more de-dollarization, fiat debasement narrative impulse overnight. Gold, silver, euro. Remember, too, that Macroeconomic says this clearly. He says it's a de-dollarization narrative. I think that's an important part. People don't want to read that part of what he's saying. It's a narrative for a trade only. It has nothing to do with is there a real dollar debasement and de-dollarization. And even I read the stuff this morning about the EU debasing the dollar. I read all that noise too. We've been here before. You don't know. We were here in the 90s doing this. Well, this is not the first fucking rodeo of this dollar debasement, de-dollarization thing. We also have the reality versus the fucking bullshit. the noise. There's your new low right there. This is very bearish, just so you can see it. We just ticked a new low, just so you can see it right there. This is fairly bearish right here. Do you see it? So there's the low and there's the new low. They're going to smash this down to the downside. So if you're in any calls or whatever you want to get out of them, they're going to give you a chance. And they're going to rip this fucking thing down right in here. And then they're going to start coming down here. They'll test this one right here. Watch this closely. That's all you need to see. Bear plane forming above on the 1 and 5 minute trigger. So the trend is short dollar trade remains loaded. He goes on to say, nevertheless, I got to watch this closely here while I'm talking. So I can move this over maybe. So I can read this while I'm chatting with you. Also note that we're coming into a new 4-hour candle. The low on that 4-hour candle is 693.47. Keep an eye on that. That is way right in here somewhere. So Miguel Gott goes on to say, nevertheless, I call this kind of fake news. In the same sense that this was not any sort of official... I can't read this fucking shit. It's like... There we go. Nevertheless, I call this kind of fake news in the sense that this was not any sort of official state policy inflection, but instead, in my honest opinion, more about one, standard risk management messaging to commercial banks, not the FX reserve manager and diversification, especially in light of 2 Lunar New Year timing, with regs traditionally urging banks to chillax on foreign holdings to ensure they have domestic liquidity to meet cash demand, domestic liquidity needs in front of the holidays. So seems like much ado about nothing. And instead is just more of the same. Short dollar narrative without a local catalyst to reverse bedsides, occasional crowded positioning, de-risks, especially with Trump recently endorsing it to boost run hot. In the meantime, despite USD getting sucker punched, U.S. economic surprise indices are definitely doing the bullish residual seasonality thing, just as we anticipated, discussed into the start of the new year, posting fresh 2.5-month highs as apparent cyclical reacceleration escalates equals data beats magnitude. Why? This is at least partially a function of post-COVID world being contaminated, as the rolling window for economists' models since tended to overcorrect. And this is the idea behind the overcorrection being, remember when I showed you like the data was way out of line? Data was coming back into line and the Fed intervened to try to slow the overcorrection of data. We're back into that same thing right now on the upside in a lot of ways with, watch this right here. Especially like inflation is a good one to look at, where it was blasting to the downside. Fed intervenes, slows down the velocity of inflation coming down, so we don't go into a stagflationary environment. Same thing, same idea back on the upside of inflation. Do you try to rein it in a little bit? Way down winter expectations, generating low bars for update surprises, beats on the margin thereafter. But again, I mentioned this always from a sequencing risk perspective, with the caveat the perception of reacceleration data experienced in Q1 and then becomes a danger creating amplifying a cyclical recovery, false optic, as during the trailing 5-year period thereafter in Q2, Q3, we have tended to see the natural mean reversion of set indices lower as data downside surprises inevitability cluster, which at times has metastasized into full-blown growth scare that naturally endangers cyclical and economically sensitive trade expressions which have clearly been the leading thematic year-to-date in U.S. equities. After being left for dead and so under-owned in the era of secular growth, asset-light, below-performance leadership dynamics across Nomura and Wolf macro pairs, and optimized sector hedges being so clearly in favor of economic sensitivity year-to-date. Turning the page into more strategic thought, I participated in a profile Nomura customer event last Thursday evening, fixed income rates heavy RM lean with longer horizon. Here are standout takeaways. Goldilocks Plus is kind of the module U.S. outlook in the sense of the economy maintaining so many tailwinds, nominal GDP greater or less than 7%, Mag 7 CapEx, plus or minus 1 or 2% of GDP, federal deficit at plus or minus 5 to 6% of GDP, OBBB 100% depreciation, CapEx pull forward, S&P cosign 81% beating EPS 70% beating revs, that it is effectively recession proof in the next 6 months. Yet, in conjunction with anticipated constructive disinflation, shelter continued normalization, at the same time, in turn, allowing Fed to get their 50 BPS cuts by year end. I'm with him on this. Hence, the have your cake, eat it too, take a take of a hottish Goldilocks. Yet, that said, when I questioned which of the economic outlier scenarios were perceived to be the higher likelihood threat to disrupt the currently sanguine econ forecast, it was almost exclusively the labor cracking left tail that received mentioned credibility versus low skeptical perceived risk of any sort of inflation reacceleration scenario, which echoes the substantial skewness in outside the money receivers over payers, as if the Fed needed to move, they'd go fast and big on cuts. And de minimis delta of no cuts alone, outright hikes, LOL. Also notable, and along with the same line of thought, when I asked whether anybody in the room considered this current blast of economic reacceleration as a sign of a high conviction, long form, early cycle kickoff, not one single person raised their hand. Always tricky to stick necks out at these events, but it certainly indicated reticence, skepticism on the sustainability of current dynamics, especially when paired with the aforementioned legacy bias towards left tail concerns around the room and persistent labor downside. Focus. Finally, with so many significant structural buyers of fixed income in the room, investors were notably engaged and pleased at the prospects for credit spread widening and being more attractively compensated after poor risk-reward entry point of recent years. Of course, all understand that the move in spreads needs to be a sane and rational speed of repricing supply and potential sector idiosyncratic risks, but definitely constructive credit when paired with the Goldilocks Plus medium-term outlook. Basically, what he's saying to you is, should you start getting long fucking bond market now, early, or do you wait? Some of the reasoning, and he's also saying, can you still have some kind of like a crash this spring, some kind of like doom? Yes, you can, and they can manufacture it too. It can be manufactured, but the market trades on that right now. But the greater fear is that you go into the credit market early and the market goes rip face off for the first part of running it hot. And you kind of have to have exposure to outrun. If you move all your shit into the bond market and inflation starts ripping, you're going to get eaten alive. If you have no money, it doesn't mean anything, but if you do, you know what I mean, what I'm talking about. Starting to blast to the downside right now, trading 694.25. Here's the target right here, 694.08. And then we should make another blast to the downside and then hit this one down below. We should pull back up right here, and then we'll take one more out to the downside. We got a nice new low, and we're going to take this one out all the way down here. Take this whole entire trade out. This should end right here. Right there. One more down move. One more pull up here, and then one more down move up down into here. And this should be about bottom right here as we come into 130 and the new hour or the new 4 hour candle. Okay, so Finally, in the housekeeping note, back to others around the street talking about it, and honestly not sure if it is able to make a dent in the spot rally and vol reset tailwind. We are re-seeing within the stock recovery right now, but should note that equities are set to see a modest systematic supply tilt in the coming days. And that is what we talked about on Thursday, Friday, which is that we're depending upon where price is on SPOOs, when you start coming down into like Vixpiration OPEX and then the new month flows, depending upon where SPY is, you could get those flows, those sell flows to have a meaningful impact on SPOOs into the new month, especially if we're in a low and we're underneath trend. You could see some really negative flows coming into the picture, and that could change sentiment moving forward. We know, too, that we're not quite in the middle of the bull to bear season, but we're getting close. It's February 10th. So the midway point is Feb 18th, let's say, on OPEX. And it gets more and more bearish the closer we get, a little bit longish in the tooth for bulls. The closer we get to April 2nd, let's say. We're on the back end of that curve where people start getting more and more bearish, right? So he wants to make a note of that. And he's also making a note to you that if you look at what's ahead for us, which I've already brought up to you ad nauseum, which is all the data this week, and then you get Vixpiration OPEX effect, and then you get some unwinding effects from delta hedging on SPOOs, and then you get the month end, and it starts to be like, you start to go, if we're in the wrong place at the wrong time, and you get some of these like CTA sell flows. We don't have the sell flows yet on vol control gang, but we do have them on CTAs. I showed you that last week. That those flows will matter. Like if we get those flows, we're on a high, it's not so bad. You take a bumpy road down, you go back up again. If you get those flows when we're in a major low, if the market manufactures price stretching lower, and then we get hit with CTAs, you get a nice bear raid, right? It can get ugly. And not only that, we already had a warning last Friday, unlocking new lows, right? For a new low in the market. Much lower than we were last Friday. Way, way lower. Like 640 becomes apparent quickly to go down there. So there you can kind of see even just how the market is trading, right? That there are those that are there are sellers there that are like, oh, we're going to sell, we're going to go up back up here, we're going to sell all this down. And all of this data and these events are going to be on our side, and CTAs will be on our side. So if you're from, I know most of you are buyers, but if you stand from the seller's perspective, they're like, hey, we got a nice squeeze higher. We're above. What do we just trade here? What's the high right here? Just traded 6987.33. Just think I see here underneath 7,000. So if I was a seller, I'd be saying, yeah, we're at 7,000. We're going to sell the fuck out of this. We got a bunch of data. We got a bunch of unrealized volatility. Then we've got OPEX and Vixpiration. Vixpiration's mostly bearish unless we're on a low. We'll squeeze higher. But generally speaking, the cards are in the favor of the seller as we move forward. So selling is predominantly via target vol control. Now, remember I told you that vol control is, or was, I'll look right now if it's changed, but as of last week, vol control was not on board. Let me just check this vol control. Yeah, they're not sellers quite yet, but they can become sellers. They are actually should limit volatility in the marketplace. But if you get low enough, and this return to the downside to clear out last Friday, you get on the right side of price, vol control can flip the sellers too. And so selling is predominantly via target vol control. Minus or in or around 26 billion of U.S. equities futures to allocate likely over the next 1 to 2 sessions, although conversely, CTA trend signals across global equities remain strong and long. That's false. Aggregate CTA net equities exposure across all models still 93.8 percentile, with SPX, NDX, RTY models all sharing a dominant 94.5% loading at the 1 year window remaining. Deep in the money longs, hence only small money notional tweaks to long exposures. SPX and NDX as a 2 week short signal only holds a light 5.5% weighting. I disagree with this statement. Your CTAs are in full fucking sell mode. If you can get the CTAs to dump us underneath the low put in last Friday, the vol control gang turns into sellers alongside CTAs. And I think that's the hope here is that I think the hope here from sell side is that they get price low enough to change sentiment, to change panic market, that kind of stuff. And these are their cards. If you're a bear, you know what your cards are, right? You've got data all week long. You've got expiration next week, OPEX next week. Then you get month end, and you've got some de-risk delta hedging stuff going on. If you get price in the right place, you can see some continuation and acceleration to the downside. So I want you to look here at the vol control implied rebalances. Down below, and this is all from I believe this is all from Charles McGilligot. So if you want to read this, yeah, it is from Charlie. This is all from Charlie. Yeah, those CTAs are dangerous. The net CTA equity only estimated exposure as of 2/6/26. It's precariously sitting at a place where we've sold before. He might have had a slippage of he might have slipped in his what he was writing in that thing. That's actually the opposite. CTAs are ready to sell. Vol control gang can be forced into selling. When we get low enough down there, we sweep those Friday lows, man, put in a new low. Whew. Dangerous. We're not there yet, but so there's Charlie McGilligot. So much doom here. I'm watching Spy right now. I'm watching Spy. I'm watching Ford for a bloodbath. They're trying to take Ford out to trade 1333. XLU's on a high. XLP's already rolling. You know what looks really fucking nasty right now is Rocket Lab. Rocket Lab is looking. So let me show you Rocket Lab really quick. So this isn't one of the stocks that I look at, but it showed the same things as major indexes and stuff like that. This serves as a decent example. Now, it's not just Rocket Lab doing this, but I want to show you this right here. You see this little sneaky Pete right here? Get rid of that. You see this one right here? This works. So this was that last Friday right here. And this little plunge right in here, not this one, not that, it was the after hours right here. And that was where the damage was done across the market. The damage was done right in this after hours right here. And what happened was we broke. We broke through the theoretical demand here. Theoretically, you've got demand here, and these buyers are here. And this after hours move is telling you, nope, those buyers are not there. And not only are those buyers there, we're going to go down there and test them. We're coming back for them. And if you break through these buyers, where are they? They're likely here or much, much, much lower down over here. And that also introduces a double correction. No, Rocket Lab is not the company to be watching here. There's other companies, but that mean more than this. But this would hurt the fuck out of SPOOs. This should probably not Rocket Lab, but other companies like showing this. Silver is showing this, gold, whole bunch of other stuff. So you just want to be aware of it as we move forward. SPOOs coming down again right here. Just trying to show this right here. They're going to try to come down here and trade the 693.45. Be aware of the prior 4-hour candle on SPY. We're testing it right now. We're getting close to it. Should go a little bit more down lower. And you just want to see if we make a new low underneath 693.43 right here. 693.43. You just want to be watching this one right here, right where I've got this arrow going. I'm going to watch this real close here. And this is pretty bad because you're erasing the first 4-hour candle of the morning. And we're taking out the 4-hour candles all the way through yesterday. Every 4-hour candle is taken out. So the door is now open to 689. Roughly 689. 689.46-ish, somewhere in there. You won't do it right. We won't do it right now, but we'll do it later. Sorry, you're not getting that today. But you are going to get that tomorrow. 100% guaranteed. Between today and tomorrow. Now 1:30. New candle starting right now. That one's gone. No, I don't need to do that. Whew. There ain't nothing down there. The target down below is 689.35, and then a trade to 676.23. It won't happen all at once, but it's going to happen. There's like a 75% chance of it happening. Just check the 1 day here. $689.46, get underneath that. And then we can take out 680. We're going to smash through that too. We're going to smash right through there. $693.02. Take this one out right here. Jesus. Hang tight here, guys. Here, I'll read this to you. This is from Mr. Einig. This guy works for Anthropic. We were just discussing Anthropic about an hour or two ago. Dear colleagues, I've decided to leave Anthropic. My last day will be February 9th. Thank you. There is so much here that inspires and has inspired me. To name some of those things, a sincere desire to drive to show up in such a challenging situation and aspire to contribute in an impactful and high integrity way, a willingness to make difficult decisions and stand for what is good, an unreasonable amount of intellectual brilliance and determination, and of course, the considerable kindness that pervades our culture. Let me move that there. I've achieved what I wanted here. I arrived in San Francisco 2 years ago, having wrapped up my PhD and wanting to contribute to AI safety. I feel lucky to have been able to contribute to what I have here, understanding AI sick of infancy and its causes, developing defenses and to reduce risks from AI-assisted bioterrorism. Actually putting those defenses into production and writing one of the first AI safety cases. I'm especially proud of my recent efforts to help us live our values via internal transparency mechanisms. And also my final project on understanding how AI assistance could make us less human or distort our humanity. Thank you for your trust. Nevertheless, it is clear to me that the time has come to move on. I continuously find myself reckoning with our situation. The world is in peril. And not just from AI or bioweapons, but from a whole series of interconnected crises unfolding in this very moment. I'll read that to you again. Instead of all of us looking for pitchforks on individual things until the next shiny object, it is all interconnected. The world is in peril, and not just from AI or bioweapons, but from a whole series of interconnected crises unfolding in this very moment. We appear to be approaching a threshold where our wisdom must grow in equal measure to our capacity to affect the world, lest we face the consequences. Moreover, throughout my time here, I've repeatedly seen how hard it is to truly let our values govern our actions. I've seen this within myself, within the organization, where we constantly face pressures to set aside what matters most, and throughout broader society too. It is through holding this situation and listening as best I can that what I must do becomes clear. I want to contribute in a way that feels fully in my integrity, and that allows me to bring to bear more of my particularities. I want to explore the questions that feel truly essential to me. Questions that David White would say, quote, have no right to go away, end quote. The questions that Rylak implores us to, quote, live, end quote. For me, this means leaving. What comes next? He writes, I don't know. I think fondly of the famous Zen quote, not knowing is most intimate, end quote. That's, what is that? What I just talked about this earlier too, right? Normalization bias. You see this oftentimes. You see normalcy bias whenever you see like a bystanders that don't help. That's normalcy bias. People are trying to. People's brains are attempting to normalize something abnormal that they're witnessing in some way, whether through the eyes or reading or listening or viewing a TV or something like that. The brain always tries to normalize things that are abnormal. You'll see this frequently. If any of you ever seen someone near or dying, you'll see people freeze up in a group. It's very disturbing if you can break free of that, your brain trying to seize your body. It's the only way I can describe it. What comes next, I do not know. I think finally the famous Zen quote, not knowing is most intimate. In meaning it's better sometimes to, or you take the other pill and try to just let your brain tell you everything is going to be okay. Now, my intention is to create a space to set aside structures that have held me past years and see what might emerge in their absence. I feel called to writing that addresses and engages fully with the place we find ourselves. And that place is poetic truth alongside scientific truth as equally valid ways of knowing, both of which I believe have something essential to contribute when developing new technology. I hope to explore a poetry degree and devote myself to the practice of courageous speech. I am also excited to deepen my practice of facilitation, coaching, community building, and group work. We shall see what unfolds. Thank you and goodbye. I've learned so much from being here, and I wish you the best. I'll leave you with one of my favorite poems, The Way It Is by William Stafford. I'm not going to go into that. I'm not going to read that poem to you. But one of the comments here was one of the reposters of this guy's, I'm going to like this guy's thing right here too. I'll repost that. What this guy is basically saying to you is, or Saud Rizman says, the head of Anthropic Safeguards Research just quit and said the world is in peril, and that he's moving to the UK to write poetry and become invisible. Other safety researchers and senior staff left over 2 weeks as well. Probably nothing. No, it's not nothing. Not nothing. They're all telling us. They're all telling us to watch the fuck out. This was the after hours low right here. We broke right through it. So do not trust any buyers of today. Well, I mean, I don't want to be the guy telling you guys this. Like, I hate even talking about this shit on the show because like they're gonna come fucking up and put on a list or something. I kid you not. Like, this shit scares the fucking shit out of me because it's not a conspiracy. I mean, these are fucking. These guys are literally like. These are the fucking people. These are the people. These are the guys. Like Jamie Dimon's not pushing a conspiracy theorist that the world is flat. They're literally telling you publicly this stuff, and the collective thing right now is the next thing. And I'm like, start looking at it all being interconnected. I think that he put that right. I've tried to say that to you guys in this show, like you guys are all pointing fingers at the wrong. You guys are all like, not you personally, our group, but like at least social media, they're like, it's this and it's that, it's this, and I like this and I hate this for this reason. And I'm like, not a whisper of that it's all connected to this new economy, and how do we service it? I would say that maybe pre 15 years ago, those arguments would hold true. But if you want an explanation as to why everything's crazy, it's probably because of all this, like AI and how do we service it? It's all the same shit. And if you look at it from that perspective, it all makes more sense. If you do look at it from a perspective that it's all interconnected, it all makes a lot more sense. You start saying, oh, that's not so crazy anymore. Even if you disagree with it or agree with it, it makes a hell of a lot more sense. Don't worry about this so much right here. You want to worry about not this. This is, they're dunking on you right now, but you want to worry about that one right there. I'm out of my seasonal depression is going away. I think we've peaked in winter for the Midwest. I think we get more snow and stuff, but I think the cold is done. From what I can see, the winter's over here. Like the deep winter of the Midwest is done. Tippy. We're looking at spring now. Or I am. I'm looking at spring. I see the temperature. I was looking at outlooks and stuff. Temperatures are rising now. I think yesterday was the low. Oh, so you're in Dayton. I couldn't even keep up with vitamin E and vitamin D. I'm not even gonna go. I'm not even gonna look. I don't even think it matters if they're like. I think the guy from Anthropic is saying the same thing that the CEO said, which was, if it was only an American, I'm paraphrasing here, but the CEO of Anthropic said at, I'm paraphrasing this, but at the winter camp for rich, dirty, fat, rich, greasy-handed old men, at winter camp, what the CEO said was, if it was a matter of U.S. AI companies slowing everything down, not a big deal. He's like, we could work in hands with U.S. government and slow all this down so it's not as painful. But he point blank just looked at, he like, I think he even used his fingers like, but we're selling chips to China. NVDA is selling chips to China. He was like, when you're competing with the world, there is no slowdown. He's like, he's paraphrasing here. He said, you can't trust that other nations will not work quietly and against any kind of a world order to slow down development. So if you were to look at this like nuclear arms race, let's say you had a world summit and you said, we're going to slow down AI. You think about it like nuclear arms. We're going to slow down nuclear arms development. So everybody agrees, and then Russia and China in the background's like, these people are out of their fucking minds. We're going to keep developing nuclear arms where no one can see us doing that, even though we're going to slow it down. So you can't trust these other nation states. And the Anthropic CEO said as much, that, I would gladly slow this down. And then it's a kind of a weird Mexican standoff because all these AI companies know that they're at risk too if they slow down. They will be replaced or can be replaced either from another nation state or from even in the U.S. So they're in this like catch-22. There is no. It's almost like the train thing where you either kill a bunch of people or kill your wife. Which switch do you want? So I don't know how you slow it down. The only way that I think that it could be slowed down is if it was a collective panic. It would have to be some kind of collective panic, not from the government or corporate leaders, but from people around the world. You would have to, I don't want to say revolt, but you'd have to take the reins away from those people. And you'd need the people to slow it down, either through voting or through laws, that kind of stuff, that your government would have to follow. It's the only idea that I can think of. Outside of that happening, it doesn't stop. So this guy is basically saying to you, I'm going to go hide in my fucking basement while you guys figure this out. It's basically what he's saying. Is I'm out of here. I'm going to go start digging a hole in my basement and start writing poetry. And hopefully humans survive this. I don't know. That's what I'm taking away from this guy. The writing is on the wall. I think the bigger question is, when does that happen? Like, when does that public freakout take place? I'm assuming it's next year. Maybe a little bit of it this summer with the vote. I would assume that it becomes a major talking point this summer. If I was China, I would want it to be a major talking point so that I could continue on while you fuck around with it. I'll be honest. If I was China's government, that's what I would do. I would want you slowing down or arguing to slow down while we continue, because I'm an oligarch or a dictator running a quasi-capitalistic, I don't know what to call it, dictatorship, I guess. They could continue to work on it while we all masturbate ourselves in the West over whether we should or shouldn't. But ultimately, I think one way or another, if that discussion takes place this summer, there could be a freak out at some point, whenever it's implemented, whenever it comes out of the box. And there's not much stopping it at this point. It's like we're actually, the chip's being developed right now. The chip that we're developing launches in October, and you could see some euphoria over that. NVIDIA is making that chip right now, and 2 chips, I believe. So it only becomes a question at that point of making enough of those chips and the energy to run them. That's it. That's where we are. I'll tell you right now what they are. Yeah, it's a Rubin AI platform. That's the one. You guys don't, maybe some of you know that, but some of you might not. As soon as that shit starts rolling off the fucking line, you just need power and enough of them. And we should make a leap higher. Those are scheduled to be released in October. So we're close. So you could see like an initial, if you wanted like initial public sentiment, you could have some discussion on this topic in summertime. All right, doom, doom, doom. Then you have the euphoria of the release of that stuff. And then you have another panic moment, whether that's spring of next year. I would assume that's when the real panic hits. I'm assuming there'll be like initial panic. It's almost like there are like how people react to things. There should be like this moment of fear, then this woo, oh my god, it's amazing, and then the reality kicks in, and you go, holy fuck, what's the real implication of this? and then everybody really truly freaks out. And these guys are all already in panic mode. These guys are fucking freaking the fuck out. It's the Rubin chip. Rubin, that's a woman, right? And Vera, Reuben and Vera. I forgot the other one. Reuben and Vera. Those are the chips. Those are the chips that are going to be your, like, AI doesn't go up. AI doesn't level up like this. It doesn't go like that. It goes like this: sideways, up, sideways, up, sideways, up, just like that. I'm not really on that. I'm really not on Rubner and Rubner, Reuben and Vera being positive. I'm not on the. I think the question is better. How much pain do you want? If you had a question, that's what it is. How much pain? Do you want a lot of pain or a little pain? And I can cite, literally cite every time we've done this. There's always been pain. There's not a single example of no pain in history. That's the bigger question: is how much pain do you want? Do you want it to be easy or do you want it to be hard? So anyone that tells you there won't be any pain is talking out of their asses completely. Even in the best scenarios, there's pain. It's just a matter of how much you want. How much do you freak out? I think that's probably the biggest unknown right now. This line here is they're just dunking their balls in your mouth right now. This is going up. Watch out for a big move higher. Where's 695? Right in there. 695.44. Right there. That becomes slightly higher. Yeah, it's a little bit higher. This becomes the red for you. 694. What is it? 694.55? 695.44, something like that. Snap that one up there if you want. This is this. This is still the same trade right here. And this is all viable up here. I think there'll be I think there'll be an initial like excitement. I think there'll still be an initial excitement. I don't think it's going to be like doom and gloom the moment that well, there is some risk. I think to an extent NVDA or I think there's something else at play here, which is if you win the AI race, do you take everyone along with you or not? And if you don't, if at any moment another country feels as though they're fucked, what are their plans? Now, you can see the U.S. military moving right now in case of that bad outcome around the world. You can see our positioning and what we're doing with our partners probably has to do with that. Are we ready for an adverse reaction if we win that race? You can probably see some of these but you can see some of these companies are offering some kind of a fig leaf to other nations to not have a very negative reaction. Oh, did I lose Twitch? What's that? What are you saying over here? I missed this. Doesn't take away from some concern, but these prominent people have been collecting enough money to be able to leave under normal circumstances as well. Yeah, there's some other things to that too. Who is that extra guac? What you should be if you really want to know about that stuff. You really want to look at the turn of the century. We made our first billionaire. Rockefeller, John D. Rockefeller, became a billionaire. These guys knew, these titans of industry knew, as we came into this second leg of the Industrial Revolution. First leg was in the 1930s. Second leg was turn of the century. Turn of the century, these guys knew what was up. And so what they did was they knew that it's like when you guys hear de-dollarization, debasement of the dollar, it lends itself more towards what happened back then. So what happened back then was what these guys did was that they consolidated. They took all the wealth that they had and they consolidated industries. So they spent with wanton abandonment or wanton disregard. When you're seeing these CapEx numbers from these AI companies right now, they're all announcing that they're going to take a bunch of bonds, they're going to do a bunch of CapEx spend. There's a reason for that. There was a rush at the turn of the century to do the same thing. Now, of course, the dollar became worthless in the Depression. So there was a mad scramble back then to consolidate industries, so that if I corner a market on an industry, I'm going to have money coming in regularly every month that will squash some of the wealth destruction of what I'm worth on paper. So I corner an industry, and as we come into this new economy in the turn of the century, these guys didn't actually lose all their wealth. Like somebody that's just got dollars in their pocket or gold or whatever, or silver or whatever. Like, oh, I'm going to hide my money with gold. This is why when people said they hid money in their mattresses, there was a reason for that. That saying came out because we were sucking money out of the system, and we were actually seizing gold and silver at that time. If you don't know that, we'd seized gold and silver during that time period. So if you look back on people that were successful, even if you didn't own a company, but if you were if you're like an engineer or something, an architect, you did well-ish in the Depression. And man, I don't want to talk about stuff in the stream, but so when you see like these guys spending money on like their bunkers, or you see them spending money on their companies with abandon, it raises this bigger question, which is this a complete fraud? If it is the biggest fraud ever in history, or if it's not, we are actually moving into this new economy. They're literally running the playbook that they ran at the turn of the century. So you can just go and start Googling that stuff. I've read a few books on it. I got them on my shelf over here. And that's what they did. They cornered industries. They felt as though their company would be worthless anyways, no matter what. They have no choice. And then they made big, huge investments in, like they built railroads, they built oil fields, they built this, they built that. And they kind of knew at that point they had to. This has to do with like car companies like Ford. Like Ford built out their whole town. They put airports in everywhere. They were partying in Detroit, like huge growth, huge expansion. Pulled the trigger. Hey, we're going all tits in on cars. And no one knew if cars at that time, the zeitgeist was cars aren't going to be replacing horses and buggies and all this other stuff. Why are these guys doing this? And they did it because they knew they had to corner new technologies. They had to corner markets elsewhere to survive the Great Depression. Right? So you assume that we're going to go through some version of that again in this case. I don't think it's now. I think it's down the road, but it's not going to be like this week. I know you guys want it like tomorrow. You want the Great Depression tomorrow. If you're a seller, let's start the Great Depression now. I don't think it's tomorrow, but I would think that when we get to that point of AI into society, however, whether they slow it down or raise it up, I don't care. Or they make it easy or hard, I don't care. Eventually, that should play out in our economy. We've done it every single time. Sometimes it comes with war, sometimes it comes with civil war, too. So you kind of have to be wary of that stuff, or the fallout of that stuff. Maybe your kids should worry more than you. You probably won't worry as much as they will, or your grandkids. Dan rubbing. Leave the gooners alone. You'd be curious? One of the ones I just finished. I started here. This is The Industrial Revolution in the 18th Century by Mantow. I don't know if you can read that. I don't know if you can read the heading on this one right here, but this one is ready. The Industrial Revolution in the 18th Century by Mantaux. I had to go back to back deeper in history, like 1800s. And mostly I'm reading that stuff because of I got a list of them. I thought I posted them once before, the list of books, but I'll look for the list and post them again. The reason why you read that stuff is because you want to see if they're running the same playbooks, in which they are. They're fucking running the same shit. It's like the same fucking story. It's always the same fucking story, and the timing of it couldn't be any better. Like, the timing of this couldn't be any better. If you think about, like, all this shit's tied into it. This sounds like a fucking conspiracy theory. It's not. But, like, you got to figure, like, anyone alive during the Great Depression, World War II, they're all dead. They're all fucking dead. They're not here to tell you, hey man, this is gonna be bad. Fucking put a stop to this shit right now. It's kind of why you saw the curtailing of the nuclear arms race, because these people were alive then. You know, the developers of the nuclear arms race, and to some extent the space race. You know, there are people that lived through a time period where they saw really bad shit, and they're like, we can't release this publicly. All those fucking people are gone. The guardrails as of today of AI development are off, because there's nobody around today that has been around with some of the damage that can be done as this stuff is developed. No one's been alive for that shit. No one alive today was alive during the Great War and World War II. A lot of those people were still alive or had family members that were alive even in the Civil War. In that time period when we were developing nuclear arms. So there was a little bit of like guardrail going on. You know, the same characters are waiting for those people to be gone. It relates right back to like the gas station and shitification that I described to you. If you ask somebody that's like 60, 70 years old, they're going to be like, gas stations suck today. Fucking hate them. You know, but as soon as that guy's dead, you know, from old age, you don't have to fucking listen to that guy anymore. You actually age that guy out over decades. And then if you ask someone that's 18 or 16 years old, they just think it's the norm. They have no they have no reference point. So you slowly and shitify something enough, you can get the guardrails off of anything. You know, when you hear like the bad guys are back out in business right now, they can be. There's no one above them in age to say those guys are bad. So we repeat these cycles over and over and over and over again. We're just waiting for them to die off. And then once, while this takes place, they'll do it again. If we're still around, I guess. But the same shit will happen again. You'll have like some old fuck going, oh, that AI revolution was terrible, man. You don't want to go through that again. To take the guardrails off of the next step, transhumanism or some shit. Don't do it. And then once those guys are dead, they'll do it. You'll be transhuman in a minute. Once they're not there to say, don't do it. Yeah, I got us going up here. Up here. We should go up here. We're up there. Show it to you right there so you can see it. Huh? A 214. Hang tight here. I'm going to take a quick break. And when I get back, we're going to talk about bring that up. When I get back, we're going to talk about earnings after the closing bell. Today we've got Gilead, Welltower, Merrick. Do I have this right? I think I got this right. Robinhood, Ford, Cloudflare, Edwards AIG, Intact, and Astera Labs. Tomorrow we get McDonald's, T-Mobile, Shopify in the morning before open. Then after the close on Wednesday, we get Cisco, AppLovin, Equinox, Motorola, Manuel Life. On Thursday, we've got Applied Materials, Arista, Vertex, Airbnb, Public Storage, Coinbase. And then we get on Friday a bunch of energy companies: Moderna, Magna, Kohlers, and Essent. So we'll look at some of these if any of these pop up on our screens. And I'll also have an outlook for you tomorrow, into tomorrow, on NFP and unemployment. So I'm going to take a quick break. It's 2:15. Just give me a few minutes here to go to the bathroom and stretch out a little bit. My throat's bad, but it's feeling better. It's still really scratchy right now. How do I show this? That right there. Now I'll be right back with you guys. I'm going to put the news squawker on too. Last time I hooked my foot underneath myself, I had real fucked up. Okay, give me just a second here, guys. 3 p.m. right now, not going anywhere at the moment. This is all still viable right here, this up move. Just gonna make that bigger so you can see it. Okay, and then this downstroke over here. Just give me one quick second, we'll look at the entire chart. It's now past 1:30 in the morning, or 1:30 in the morning, 1:30 in the afternoon. We're putting a new 4-hour candle, so we'll take a look at this 4-hour here. I'm gonna crank it up. We need to talk about something for tomorrow. We've got non-farm payrolls at 8:30 in the morning. This reads like a bear manifesto. You just give him the book, and you're like, "Here, where's the book?" And he's like, "I got it right over here." And you're like, "Oh, you wrote it again?" And so they write it again, right? The bear manifesto. They have today, this morning, they had retail sales month over month. They have non-farm payroll and unemployment rate tomorrow. They have existing home sales on Thursday. Then they have the inflation reports on Friday. No more news thereafter until next week. I draw this out for you on Friday. We're going to draw it out again for you today. Thursday or Friday, I think I drew this out for you. We're going to draw it out for you again. Let's go over here to the day. We'll do this again. So we are coming into binary events on a high. So we came down here on Friday. Whole world was going to end. It did not end. There was one thing of note here on Friday. I'm going to show this to you right now. Put it on an hour. Just take a peek down here. This is where known support is down below. Right in here. Draw this here. One. And you can see that SPY is not showing. SPY is kind of lying to us, right? We did not go below this support here on SPY. But we did on SPX. So let me see if I can show you this on SPX really quick. Right there. No, we didn't do it on SPX either. Hold on here. Thought we did, but we didn't on SPX. So this is not showing on SPX, but let me show you some other tickers here. Let's go through some of the Fangman stuff. We'll do this together. Meta did not show it. We've got Apple showing it right here, but not down below. Apple showed it right over here. You can see it right there, the little break here. I believe that was, nope, was that not Friday? There's Friday, 1600. They didn't really show it either. Amazon did. Amazon showed it right in here. These are the two lows that we're looking for right in here. Amazon showed it right here. You can see it right there. Amazon showed it. So we went through Meta, Apple, Amazon, and Netflix would be next. Show it right here. This was Amazon's support right here. Right about there and right about there. And you can see Amazon showed it, or Netflix showed it down below. They opened the door right here. You can see it right there. So the structural damage being done under the surface. If you look at Microsoft, it's not just these. I'll show you some other stuff here in a minute. With all these. Microsoft, not quite showing it yet. But the question becomes, do they show it? Again, the ones that have not shown it. The question becomes, do they show it? Do they come down here, show it? Right? And then it affects SPY and SPX. There's Microsoft. Goog. Goog's still not quite showing it yet, but they did show it right here. Right there is where Google showed it already here. All this right here in February 5th, and then all this right here on February 10th. NVIDIA, this is a pretty bad one right here. This one I don't like at all. You can see it all in here. There's a little bit more right down here. Tiny bit more right there. We still haven't grazed that one. The idea being, though, if we come down here to sweep these lows, take this out, and then bam, that would show that this would show that that destruction that's been taking place underneath the surface of the market. Right here, we just did NVIDIA, we did Apple, Amazon, Google. Let me show you a couple others here. Like, let me just show you silver really quick. This is a good one. If you see this one right in here, this one was violated already. This one right here, and this one right here. You can see it right there. You can see this one on silver too, the same thing. Gold is not as bad as silver. But the idea being, again, whenever we sweep this Friday low, does it put that low in right there? That would be extremely bearish for the market, of course. That's your double correction. 1, 2, 3. Let's look at IWM. In IWM, this is a pretty bad one in here. You've got, and there's something else about this too with IWM, which is you've got, breaks underneath here, and you also have some questions down here of this one right here. So you can see how close we are to breaking this support. We may have even done it here in IWM. RTY might show a better view of this. QQQs. Same thing down in here. They're really close. Not quite there yet, but almost there. See it right there. So you've got the initial break of this support right here. So this is the support going back from November, up, 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 up. And then this last little dip down below right here. It's a bigger question of if we come back down in here, do we unlock that stuff, come back up? And this becomes a way to sell in a very meaningful way. And not only that, if you'll just look at the dates here. This one right here. It's March 1st. March 2nd, I should say. If you can get price down into any kind of point, either like this week or OPEX or whatever, you're down in here, new flows coming in, a little bit of counter hedge, a little bit of blood, counter hedging, and then, or delta hedging, I should say, and then, move down into March. Into April down to some significant lows, because when you take these things out here, you're talking about at least 550, 559, and it brings in a bunch of other questions. This stuff down here, 530s, and you've got a bunch of open doors down here, whole bunch, not a whole bunch holding this up here. And this is the key one right here. If you're looking at this QQQ, you know, a lot of, not a lot, but some significant time spent in here. You know, so if you're already hit this one, you're kind of blasting down here, you take that one out, and then before you know it, you know, 490s on board. So it's not the entire market showing, but a significant part of the market. I'm not going to show you everything. I'll give you a list of tickers today in the Discord of what to check, but there was enough significant damage done underneath the hood of the surface on Friday, even though this looks benign, that all you need is that sweep down below here, and once that door is unlocked, it would show everywhere. It would show across the market. There's a couple other things of concern here. One of them is XLU. And you see that nice little recovery in here in XLU. So the bigger question becomes, you have the flight to safety, right? Maybe even this and then down. So big flight to safety. Markets can go down, believe it or not, next few days, next week or two. XLU gets a nice pump, but then when XLU sells, it's a big rotation out of the stock market, where like your XLU will go down, your XLP will go down. You can see the flight to safety. Same thing with oil. You'll get that run up, and then the whole market will roll together. So that would kind of translate into hey, you know, you get the flight to safety, right? XLU continues higher. XLP, oil. And then when you finally do when you're down here, you end up doing the roll. Everybody abandons XLU, XLP, oil. Whole market just starts fucking flooding down here. Now, we're not there at the moment for right now. And even when we were down here, we said, you know, this right here did damage. You're going to expect a squeeze higher. And you want to see this thing speed up. And you also want to see this thing moon, believe it or not. Not that it matters as much right now. I think if you moon or fail, it doesn't matter as much. What really matters here is whatever this is. So whatever this is going to matter even more than you think. So I don't really care if you get a new all-time high, if you retest prior highs. If you fail this high, I don't care. I don't care if you make a new all-time high. That would tell you under normal circumstances to be bullish on this down take. But what I think is that if you hit this one here, it's going to be a trap, and they're going to sell your ass down. So my point is that you should be not caring about this so much. You don't care if we roll here. You don't care if we moon and go there. You're more concerned with whatever this bottom is. Whatever, if it's a halfback trading up, if it's all the way down and unlocks, all the bulls start getting excited, and then it's wham, downtown time. So let's look at some expectations here. Time is right now 3:14. I don't have a lot of time. I got to be quick with this shit. I gotta be fast. Let's take a look on a daily or a weekly basis here. This is the basis for going up. Nope. This one here says this is where the danger is. 672.71. I don't think so. I don't think this matters. I don't think that this weekly here matters at all. I think I kind of think you're at this place where You've been given too many chances. But the idea here is that no matter where you roll, whether it's here or it's up here, you come down here and slam into this. And that unlocks what? You know, it unlocks this minimum. This is 649.46. And let's look at one more. There's a monthly. And let's think about this from now into March. So you blast down, if you blast down. All right, bing, we hit this one right here. You know, we got March. Can we park sideways and start lifting up? Sure. I mean, we're on the wrong time frame. We'll be looking at this, but you get the gist, right? Like we go down here. We're in March, April, May. Might as well go down here, right? I don't see why not. You put a nice big fat wick and some big candles in here. The 600, 610, 600 becomes way more apparent. So we're not there at the moment. But we want to be watching this stuff. Not today. Be like, fucking, oh my God, that's the top right here. We called it. We're going down to zero. Don't do that. We're not there. Hold on here. I can't tell you how many times people gotten fucked up. But just a note that that white line right here, this white line right here, does open that door to down here. And I would at least hope, you know, maybe in late April, late May, there's some kind of bloodbath down here. But just note that this is kind of like a key zone, like this 670, 672, 71. If you're a bear, you want to pay attention to 672, 71. That is cause for party time. Lot of chance to make money down there, though. Like, it looks a nice spread right here. And that's really what you're looking for. But we're still not there at the moment, so you don't plan on it as of right now. Let me go back to the week. The day. So don't pay any attention to that right now. It's really what you need to worry about is 685.91. You also want to be paying attention to this right here. We haven't put this in yet. So don't get too freaked out just yet. All right, day in there. We need to know that. Need to know that. Let's take a look now on a 4-hour basis. We pushed up, down, 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 down. We still have not cleared the way lower. Buyers still showing up on a 4-hour basis. What's up, buddy? You okay? I've closed the shades today, so there shouldn't be any. You can see the sun blasting on those shades, but so just this right here. Let's look at this down below. I mean, there are targets galore, right? Targets galore down there. I don't even think any of this matters. We're on a 4-hour basis. I don't think that matters. I don't think that matters. I don't think that matters. I think once you break through this, you're definitely partying all the way down here. And at minimum, you're going to slide around there. At minimum, I think that's what it's going to be. Something like that. If we open this one up, it's going to be super fucking bearish, but we're not there yet, so we can't call that. Go over the 30-minute really quick. Hourly velo looks good. Let me just check SPX velocity really quick. Fuck is velocity on this fucking thing down here? Why is that velocity hidden? Dude, what is going on? Hang tight, guys. Hourly velocity on SPX looks decent. 15-minute looks like shit. Half an hour looks like shit. This is really what you're looking for here. Like you break down here, down there, before you know it, down there. Oh, they want this so bad you can see it. Look at them. Like they're going to tell you that they want this, but they don't. They want this right here. Don't care about, oh, not that one. Yeah, it's one that they care about right here. 672, this is all they care about. Just that right there. You could even put this one in right here. So 2 numbers to pay attention to. $672.71 and $669.24. This is the key right here. This is the key. So you're down here, right? You tag this one right here. Bam, there's your cup and handle. Come back up. All this stuff starts coming down, or you know, or back over here, end of month. And OPEX is in here too. So you have the natural, let's get back to OPEX on month end. And then, of course, you get de-levered or no more delta hedging, and then you get new flows, and that's where the bear comes in for the first month for March. March gets extremely bearish. So the setup is there. We're at like this is the first part of it. We still have not done the second part. But you can see that you can see clearly underneath the surface of the market that this is the playbook. Now, that being said, that's the playbook. We have NFP on a high tomorrow. We've got NFP at 8:30 in the morning. I drew this out for you last week, what we have coming up this week. NFP and U rate. It's the unemployment rate. And then on Friday, we get the inflation rate. We get housing tomorrow, but it's not as important as the inflation data. It's 9:30 in the morning. This is the bear playbook. Inflation. Doom, 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 right? I'm gonna give you it's Thursday, Friday. I'm gonna give you 2 outlooks here. I'm gonna give you the outlook that I think is going to happen, and I'm gonna give you the outlook that the bears think are going to happen. So the bears are saying you're going to break underneath this. some point tomorrow, right? You're going to be up here and then down in here. Let's do this one. You get unemployment rate right here. Oh, hold on. And then 10 a.m. on Friday. Where's 12 o'clock? And there's the unlock right there. So that's basically the thesis here, is that we're down, right? There's the bear playbook, so you can see it. Now I'm going to draw this in yellow. And this can change here. What I think happens, though, is not that. It's the same 4 hours that we were on this morning, right? Up, down, up, down, up, up, down. As long as we don't give, I should draw this a little bit lower. Right here. Because we have not broken these yet. Let me get rid of some of this crap over here. Get rid of that crap. We don't need it anymore. We know where it is. And one thing that I wanted to say to you here is the same thing that I said earlier, which is you're not giving up. Poop Island remains intact as of this moment. There, there, and there. We have not shown a lower price to begin heading down. Still have not shown a lower price to head down. So this is an alternate count for you. I'll leave this up for you so you can see it, but this is an alternate count. This is the bear count down here. But we're not down there enough yet for me to call it. So I'm going to give you the bull count as the preferred count. NFP. There's Thursday housing. This is Friday. Sweep these early week, or you're blooding on Friday down here. Or even Monday. Maybe this is when Iran actually invades. And then blood down here. This is when you also get your Vixpiration. There's Vixpiration right here. And there's your Vixpiration, your unclench, all the way down. That's your warning. There's 690. This could even be something where you come into Vixpiration and it's down. Vixie Eve or something on Tuesday. It's Friday. Oh, I got that right. Vixie's on Wednesday. This is Vixpiration over here. I would actually posit it's a little bit deeper. There's 90, 80 right there. There's 80. $679.92. Just want to pound into that a little bit. Hang tight here, guys. Just let me review this really quick and just look at it. Bring that down just a little bit. Bam. It's good right there. This is underneath, still back up. Here's your daily trigger. 690. About there. Yeah, no. You can look at it closer right here. There's been no break of hourly trigger. So you can't call the down move here. I would like to see it. I would like to see this and then call that down move because then we party. But no, it's just sucking in sellers. You can see it right there. You can't mess with that. These are known buyers right here. If you could push this after the bell, like if you could blood this after the bell, I would like that. But for right now, there's no touching it. Let's watch this price action closely together. Oh shit! My sorry about that. My I wasn't paying attention to the screen over here. Just a quick second here. Why is that not showing up? Oh, sorry about that. I don't know what happened there. Sorry, I'm trying to bring up earnings right now in the background here. I'm like frustrated. We have Robinhood after the close, A-Lab, Ford, Lyft, Upstart, Net, Cloudflare, Gilead, Edwards, AIG, and Mattel. Let me run through some of these here. Man, I like Hood here. Oh, I like Hood. I like Hood for going up and then coming down. Hood's in kind of a wonky place. I think Hood can hit $100, potentially 108, maybe 112, but it's still in a downward, trend right now. A-Lab. Had a nice recovery. Should I just like show you guys these things? I already have these charted out. I already have A-Lab charted out. I already have Robinhood charted out. Let me check Ford. Still looking for Ford to go higher. It has not happened yet. They've been stalling, so I'm still looking for Ford to go up and trade 1440 or whatever. So nothing there for Ford lovers. If anything, Ford could go down and then go up. Lyft. Surprised Lyft is so low. That almost looks like a fucking steal. Kind of bullish here on Lyft. I don't know. Let me look at Lyft really quick. Kind of bullish here on Lyft. They do have a risk off warning on daily trigger and weekly trigger. This looks like opportunity if it goes down more than anything. I'm going to set an alert on Lyft if I can pick this fucking thing up. I would buy them. An alert. I got an alert set on Lyft. Let's see, Upstart. UPST. Man, UPST is in full-on bear market too. UPST could squeeze, but it's going down. That fucking thing wants to trade $20. It's got a beautiful inverse head and shoulders, a nice cup and handle setup here. To go lower. Net. Cloudflare. Try to see if there's anything here worth, like, anything that's standoutish. Cloudflare is in a bear or in risk off mode right now. It's got a cross on a daily and a weekly. I do kind of like Cloudflare here. I'd like to see Cloudflare trade 210 and then roll for its next leg. It's probably my favorite stock looking at the close today. Let me just check Gilead. It's killed, right? Yep. Oh, man, dude. Like, sell the fuck out of Gilead. Like, Gilead looks like a no-brainer. I'm pretty bearish here on Gilead if there was one to be bearish on. Looks like a prime setup to go down. I've had, like, so far, Gilead, probably my most bearish. Most bullish at the moment, Cloudflare for just if you guys looking for a long of some kind. EW. EW is likely going to go down too and then swing up. AIG. Mm. I got nothing to say on AIG. I like them here. That's about it. Just check AIG really quick. I like AIG here. They're in a nice bull flag right now. Well, let me just take a peek here on these guys. And they're basing like a motherfucker in here. 1, 2. I'd like to look more closely at AIG. We got Shopify before the open and McDonald's tomorrow. Let's look at both of those really quick. App 11 too. We'll come back for IEG into the bell. McDonald's to save the market tomorrow. I like App 11 here too. You could have a quick squeeze down, but up is the way for App 11. That's sorry, I got that wrong. That's tomorrow. And that's after the close. Shopify I want to be looking at. Getting too excited for App 11. I actually like Shopify tomorrow morning. I'm pretty bullish on them. They look great here. Trade up to $145, $156. And McDonald's, I want to look at them too. CD, right? MCD, I like them for a pop and drop. They do have a little swoop in, or they do have the potential to fall in the morning to like 318. Be patient on McDonald's. If they can give you any kind of dip buy in McDonald's at 318, 310, anything like that, even sweeping down to 302 would be nice. Keep an eye out on McDonald's tomorrow morning if there's any new lows on them. Watch SPY come down right now. They're trying to print this 692.26 to open the door lower tomorrow morning. Keep your eye on that. Shopify, McDonald's. That's all I can see. Shopify, McDonald's. We'll look through these right now together if you want. I want to look at AIG. They're in a huge downtrend right now in AIG. SPY coming down to try to unlock this gate to down to new lows. Still have not done it. Keep your eye on the 692.26. Come on down. They're like literally graze this pink and then just up here. Like AIG is like the bottom of their daily velocity. I think the best stock that I like today, if there's like up after the bell, AIG. If I had one out of everything I just looked at, you could make an argument for just look at Hood and A-Lab really quick. Door to downside open. So this right here is your downside projection. Whew. Let's look at that bear path. This is where we're going right here. 689.38. $689 and then 680 of the targets. Oh, close that up. I don't know what the fuck that is. Inspect element. That ain't even enough. We got to get lower. 689.38 target. I think this I got right. 689.38 and 686 is a speed bump. No, I got that wrong. 686.01. Then 672. This vicinity right here. This is all wide open right now. So target is 675.09. $689, $686, $675. Watch out. SPY should go down up here. I'm going to watch HUD really quick. Remember, like I told you earlier, the XLP XLU oil trade will spike before that news even dropped. It's a flight to safety into tomorrow's data. Let me just check A-Lab here. A-Lab spiking right now. No movement on HUD. Forward weak into the close, but no real movement. I haven't looked at lift yet. Can I go with 4? Lift going higher right now after the bell. Lift mooning right now. No movement on Ford. A-Lab kind of bouncing around. Lift not doing anything. Excuse me, lift up and down, up and down. I said lift, but I meant something else. A-Lab. A-Lab squeezing right now. A-Lab going moon right now. A-Lab trading 196 from 182. AIG going up too, trading 75 from a low of 74.79. No real movement on Hood yet, nor Ford. A-Lab coming into supply on 200. Hood green after the bell, just no real movement yet. Ford gets blasted 13.43. Hood getting blasted. Ford getting blasted briefly. God damn, A-Lab. Woo. A-Lab selling off supply at 200. A-Lab all over the fucking place. God damn, A-Lab, like $198, $172. That is fucking ridiculous. There's no fucking way. A-Lab ranging 13% up and down. Ford looking bloody right now, trading 13.49. AIG holding up just fine. Robinhood getting taken to the woodshed. I didn't look at Lyft in a minute. Hold on. Lyft getting taken to the woodshed, trading $14.26. Steal. Anything down like $10 on Lyft? A steal. Lyft getting shanked. I will buy Lyft if it goes to $10. It's got to go lower though. Lyft down. From their high 20%, 18% in one day. Keep an eye on Lyft. Ford recovering. God damn, A-Lab, man. I'm not seeing much other than that. Tomorrow morning, in the morning, we get Shopify. The big ones are Shopify, Vertiv, Unity, Humana, Kraft Heinz, T-Mobile, McDonald's, Global Foundries, Oatly, and Vertex. I think that's all I've got at the moment. I'm trying to look around and see if there's anything else. Ford's holding on just fine at the moment. I'm going to watch them after the bell if they squeeze at any point. They trade at ever like 14.5, 14.25, anything like that. $15. Look for a sell on it. Hood dragging ass right now. A-Lab all over the place. The one to watch, if there's anything to watch here, it's definitely Lyft. Lyft trading $14.50. If it can get down to like $10 or something, think about adding it. Ford recovering right now, almost green. AIG whipsawing higher. But they whipsawed down too. I haven't seen a report listed for them yet. Ford now green, trading through $13.72. Let me look at A-Lab on a higher frame here. I know everybody likes A-Lab. They're right on trend right now. They're still on trend. We might have a nice dip buy coming up on A-Lab. Oh, I think we're going down here. I don't think you're getting the news that you think you're getting tomorrow. I think we're going down, baby. Down. I think 86 here is on tap for tomorrow morning. This is tomorrow morning, so you can see it. The door is wide open. Whew. 680, baby. That shit is wide open to the downside. I think that's all I've got. There's not much else here to show you. If you want to look at the trigger screen here, you want to look at this at an hour. Showed you the two paths. I said pick your poison because we weren't underneath this white line yet. A note here that what you should do is get a nice big fat down move tomorrow morning. You'll come back up for some air, and then we'll get into like the Friday inflation will send us down even farther. We should trade into Friday, looking for Friday close 669. No, sorry, this is Tuesday. It's Friday. And then one more pound you down into maybe Friday close, Tuesday open, somewhere in there. 669.24 early next week. Right there. That's the one that does it. We do have to get down here tomorrow morning. I'm assuming that we can get down here by open. Somewhere in there. It'll put a big damper on everybody. Start selling the rest of the week. Bear path open.